The alert sound suddenly made Fang Hao pause in his actions. The compulsory task had ended, and lots of people were speculating about when the event task would appear. Some said half a month, others said even longer. But it came sooner than anyone had anticipated. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, switched to the regional channel, and saw everyone discussing the event task. Damn, it came so early, even earlier than the 7-day compulsory task. What does this task mean? We can't bring our troops? What's the point without troops? Are they asking me to fight on my own? The task is a trial for the Lord. They won't let you bring in troops, otherwise. They might as well give you planes and tanks. Don't worry, everyone, this isn't a compulsory task. Those who fear danger don't have to participate. That's easy for you to say, but if everyone else participates and you don't, the gap between you and others will keep growing. You'd be screwed. Yours truly, 28 years old. Have a green knight's sword and a green suit of armor, looking for a team to join. I have one green suit. I just graduated from physical education school. I have great stamina. Any brothers want to form a team? Any big shots willing to take me in? I'll give you a green helmet afterwards. Who the hell would dare to take you in after you offer a green helmet? After a short discussion, most people began to send out team recruitment messages, hoping to find reliable teammates. Fang Hao was also feeling rather uneasy. Without his heroes and the skeleton army, about 80% of the strength of his territory would be gone. Without these two, his small amount of combat power would probably have been wiped out on the first day by the wolf pack. This trial task could be said to be very unfriendly. They were not allowing the lords to bring their troops, but it was a trial of personal abilities. While he was thinking, new information suddenly came from the Book of Lords. Blueprint unlocked. Merchant Caravan Carriage Blueprint, green. A new blueprint had been unlocked, and it was a green carriage blueprint. Upon reflection, he realized that this must have been acquired by Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin's Book of City Lord was essentially a duplicate of the Book of Lords. Once he acquired a blueprint, it would automatically unlock for Fang Hao. If Fang Hao acquired a blueprint, however, it would not unlock for him. Ding! A private chat alert sounded, and Zhang Bin sent him a message. Boss, we cleared out some wild boars today and got a green blueprint. Did you get it? Upon seeing it, Zhang Bin seemed to be really hardworking. He came back so late. Was it for the merchant caravan carriage? Yes, I received it, Fang Hao replied. By the way, boss, are we participating in this trial task? Huh? Zhang Bin also received the task alert? That would mean that this task was not limited to the lords, but all transmigrators could participate. Otherwise, Zhang Bin wouldn't have received this system message. Do you want to participate? You're not afraid of danger? Fang Hao responded. In terms of combat power, Fang Hao could summon spirits, had a purple starfire wand, was well equipped, and had all necessary skills. He still had some combat power. But Zhang Bin, on the other hand, being an ordinary person, was no different from a regular villager. Boss, we have you. And if we don't participate in this task, we'll be left behind by others. Zhang Bin argued. Fang Hao thought and agreed with him. This task certainly wasn't a death march. They could have just arranged a large-scale monster invasion. That would be much quicker. Most likely, it was a chance for the transmigrators to improve their own abilities. To participate in this task, strong teammates were also extremely important. Fang Hao stood up and looked through the cabinet in his study. He took out the strengthening potion he got a few days ago. In the chat, he sent Zhang Bin the strengthening potion and said, "Here is the strengthening potion, we'll exchange later. Use it tonight and get used to it." Ah, do I drink this or apply it externally? Zhang Bin hesitated. Could he just drink the medicine? What if something went wrong? There were no doctors here. You drink it, it can enhance your stamina. You will understand once you drink it, Fang Hao said. I'm good, boss, you can keep it, I have pretty good stamina, really, Zhang Bin tried to explain. There is nothing to worry about. I've taken it too, it enhances your abilities. Become familiar with it tonight and be prepared for tomorrow's challenge, Fang Hao continued. When he was about to take the strengthening potion, he, too, was somewhat uneasy. He had a lot of hesitation before he braced himself to drink it after asking Nelson's opinion. It was a normal attitude. A person can't always consider the immediate situation. Drink it today, and the chances of winning tomorrow will be better. Otherwise, when you meet danger in tomorrow's challenge, and decide to drink it then, it would be too late. Alright, I understand, boss. Zhang Bin finally agreed. Fang Hao immediately put the strengthening potion in the trade section. And Zhang Bin simply put up 10 units of wood to complete the trade. After discussing for a while, they ended the chat. Immediately after ending the chat, the private chat notifications came one after another. They were all inquiries about teaming up with Fang Hao, and he rejected them all. Fang Hao was hoping to latch onto someone stronger. Why would he let others latch onto him? Brother Hao, do you need me to take you? The friend notification popped up and it was from Dong Jiayue. Are you going to participate as well? Have your injuries healed? Fang Hao asked. He had previously received quite a few shadow stones from Dong Jiayue. In order to ensure that she would continue to provide him with shadow stones, Fang Hao had provided her with considerable support. From materials and tools to weapons and equipment. Even when she was injured, he gave her his only healing potion. In short, their relationship was very good. When the Qinglong Trade Union was cursing Fang Hao in the chat, and even threatening to retaliate against anyone who spoke in support of him, everyone else shut up. Only Dong Jiayue stood up in the chat to curse back at them. She did not back down at all. Eventually, this war of words only ended when Fang Hao chopped off Li Teng's head. To some extent, among the lords, the relationship between Fang Hao and Dong Jiayue could be said to be very good. Even better than that between Fang Hao and Zhang Bin. I'm healed. I was already fine when I gave you the shadow stones and the map last time. Dong Jiayue confidently replied. You're going to participate in this trial? It's not compulsory, you don't have to do it, Fang Hao said. Not to belittle women, but in terms of natural strength, men indeed have some advantages. This trial was no small matter, a misstep could cost a life. In the face of Fang Hao's distrust, Dong Jiayue started rifling through her closet. And found an ID in an old bag that she hadn't used for a long time. She took a picture and sent it. She had brought this with her when she transmigrated. Looking down on me? Image. National Women's Martial Arts Routine Champion, Dong Jiayue sent. Fang Hao looked at it and frowned. Routines? Aren't they all fake? What's fake? I'm real. I'm way too good, Dong Jiayue returned, her tone dripping with indignation. Honestly, Dong Jiayue was indeed impressive. While Fang Hao grew from having 100 times the force, Dong Jiayue earned her stripes the hard way. The only person who dared to lead peasants down into the tombs on the second day after transmigrating was probably her. You really want to go? Yes, alright, then we are a team of 3. I'll call you when we form the team tomorrow. Okay. The next day, early morning, Fang Hao woke up early from his sleep. Today is the trial day, and he couldn't afford to slack off. After freshening up, he assigned Bloodhunter and Era to maintain the normal operation of his territory during his absence. The two agreed and nodded, reminding Fang Hao to be safe. After all, there isn't an established order nor a royal succession in the territory. Everything falls on Fang Hao himself. If anything happens to him, the order and balance of the entire territory would collapse instantly. At the dining table, Era, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, served breakfast. There were toast, steaks, and a bowl of vegetable soup. Master, please return as soon as you finish. Era knelt beside him, ladling the vegetable soup into a bowl and placing it in front of Fang Hao. Fang Hao understood her worries. He gently touched her long ears, comforting her by saying, "Don't worry, it's just minor battles, there's no danger." Oh, Era answered, still looking somewhat worried. After breakfast, Fang Hao started to prepare his equipment. An apprentice magic robe, weapons were Starfire and Iron Knight sword, and a light feather dagger attached to his waist. Zhang Bin, make me a team, Fang Hao sent a message. Oh, Zhang Bin replied, and soon he sent a team invitation. Zhang Bin sent you a team invitation. Do you accept? Accept. The Book of Lords emitted a light that enveloped Fang Hao, disappearing from his original spot. When he opened his eyes again, He was already in Zhongbin's city. Flat ground and busy residents. Compared to Feng Hao's city of Undead, this place resembles a medieval city, filled with life. "Boss, you're here," Zhongbin exclaimed, striding over. Zhongbin looked different from the last time Feng Hao saw him. His upper body was bare, revealing his wheat-colored skin and bulging muscles. Feng Hao cast aside the knight's sword and iron armor in his hands, curiously asking, "What are you doing? A fitness coach?" "No," Zhongbin scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Last night, after a long mental struggle, he gritted his teeth and drank the strength-enlightening potion Feng Hao had given him. After some painful muscle twisting, he was surprised to find that he had become stronger. He now had a chest and abs, and he could easily wield the knight's sword. Early in the morning, he went out for morning exercises bare-chested, also taking the opportunity to show off his muscles to the residents. "Add Dong Jiayue to the squad," Feng Hao said directly. "Ah, a girl, boss, you're amazing." Zhongbin never let go of any opportunity to flatter. After adding her, a light appeared, and a charming figure appeared before the two men. The girl was in her early 20s. She was wearing orc's iron armor and a modern long-sleeved blouse underneath. Her hair tied in a ponytail, standing there stylishly. She held a metal helmet in one hand and a war spear in the other, pointing diagonally toward the ground. The girl slightly opened her eyes. A glint of fierceness flashed through them when she made eye contact with the two. "Good lord, this Dong Jiayue must be a female knight." Dong Jiayue scanned the two and her gaze finally fell on Zhongbin. It has to be said that the current Zhongbin was really eye-catching. With his bare muscular body and a knight's sword looking majestic in his hand. On the other hand, Feng Hao was sitting on the side, continuously fanning himself. He looked like an old man watching over the community. "Brother Hao," Dong Jiayue walked straight up to Zhongbin and called out. Zhongbin was taken aback, then quickly responded. "Boss, Miss Dong is looking for you." Zhongbin stepped aside. Having realized she had mistaken the identities, Dong Jiayue's face instantly reddened. She walked up to Feng Hao again and said uncertainly, "Brother Hao?" Feng Hao nodded, then said to Zhongbin, "Zhongbin, go fetch her some equipment. We're setting off soon." "Okay." The orc iron armor on Dong Jiayue was given to her by Feng Hao. Although it was decent, no one could predict the enemy in the upcoming battle. It would be better to switch to a better set of gear. This would also raise the overall quality of the team. "Brother Hao, you're really impressive." Dong Jiayue sat down next to him, somewhat unsure of what to say to her lifesaver. "Not bad indeed, your territory has also developed quite well recently, hasn't it?" Feng Hao asked in return. The two could chat casually in the channel, but they seemed to be at a loss of words after meeting in person. They chatted casually for a bit. Zhongbin walked over with the iron armor and iron sword, himself having changed into an iron armor, iron kite shield, and iron knight sword. "Miss Dong, please change your equipment, it's almost time," he said. "Oh, okay, thank you Zhongbin," Dong Jiayue replied. "No need to thank me, these are all from the boss," Zhongbin explained. Dong Jiayue took off the orc iron armor and replaced it with a superior plate armor. As she was wearing clothes underneath, she didn't need to go to a separate room to change. Feng Hao also started preparations for the task at hand. The three of them rested for about half an hour before the prompt appeared. Historical battle. Aerana's predicament. Task description. Help Aerana out of her predicament. Trial mission transfer countdown. 3, 2, 1. The light engulfed them and in the next second, the sound of chaos and crying filled their ears. "These damn undead. My son, my son." The three of them appeared on the second floor of a tavern, in a private room. Through the gaps of the windows, they could see women and children gathered in the hall. It seemed the city was under attack, and everyone was seeking refuge here. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. The voice of a man came from outside the door. "Gentlemen, the captain is requesting your presence." The three looked at each other, realizing the story had begun. The door opened. "Lead the way. Please follow me." Walking down a hallway in the tavern, they were led to the last room. The door opened. Inside sat a few well-equipped officers looking at a map, discussing strategies loudly. Upon seeing them enter, the officers stopped talking. Human warrior, Tier 4, just hit Tier 4, as Feng Hao thought, without the need to lead any troops. The Transmigrator would not be given a challenging mission. Take a seat, the middle-aged officer, seemingly the captain, spoke first. The three sat down. There are many good things about this village. But it's not the right time for you to be here, the captain said. Captain, what happened here? Do you need our help? Feng Hao asked, steering the conversation to the point. The captain nodded. Last night, a large number of undead attacked the village. The situation is dire now, and I am sorely understaffed. I've asked the three of you here, hoping we could recapture the village together. What should we do? Feng Hao continued. In the northern part is our armory. If we can regain control of the armory, it will greatly aid the overall situation. All right, give me a map. Leaving the tavern, the trio quickly moved north. Villagers were coming and going, treating the wounded, and transporting supplies to the front line. No wonder the tavern hall was filled with only women and children. The men were all outside helping. Boss, you know the most about the undead, whispered Zhang Bin. What's there to know? The intelligence of the undead isn't high. So there's not much to discuss, replied Feng Hao. What do you mean by knowing the most? By the way, does the undead architecture in Brother Hao's territory have anything to do with our current mission? Dong Jiayue curiously chimed in, connecting the dots in her mind. No, don't make wild guesses. I'm one of the good guys. The trio's feet didn't stop moving as they continued to follow the map. At this point, there was no trace of any villagers around them, only the abandoned wooden houses remained. Clang! In the silent alleys, a sudden noise rang out. Something had fallen. The trio's hearts tightened as they immediately turned towards the source of the noise. Several rotting zombies had spotted them and were slowly advancing towards them. Rotten corpse, Tier 1. Toxic decaying corpse, Tier 3. It was a rotting corpse. Feng Hao exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, the undead don't take the blame for the soldiers of the eternal night. Swish, swish, swish. The three of them drew their weapons in preparation for battle. In Feng Hao's hands, Starfire pointed towards the toxic decaying corpse as a fiery magic arrow materialized. Swoosh! The sound of it tearing through the air rang out. And it instantly pierced through the body of the toxic decaying corpse. The arrow exploded, creating a burning effect. Boss, it's not dead, Zhang Bin, clutching his shield, said with a solemn expression. A toxic decaying corpse, just from hearing its name you could tell that it was poisonous. Getting close wouldn't be wise. No problem, the trio retreated a few steps, and another fire arrow was formed. Once again hitting the toxic decaying corpse's head. When the fire arrow exploded, the corpse's body also exploded instantly, scattering green dust. Back up, don't get poisoned, Feng Hao continued. The trio turned and ran, creating some distance, and waited for the remaining corpses to inch closer. Soon, the close-quarters combat began. The weapons of the rotting corpses hack at Zhang Bin's kite shield, causing a loud echoing noise. Zhang Bin and Dong Jiayue, with their weapons in hand, dodge and begin to counterattack. Feng Hao stood at the back, launching one fire arrow after another, slaying the unintelligent undead. He didn't summon any ghost servants. The existence of a ghost servant was only 30 minutes, after which a long cooling period would follow. There weren't many creatures around at this point, so there was no need to summon ghost servants yet. Soon, when the last of the rotting corpses had its head blown apart by one of Feng Hao's fire arrows, the battle ended. That was really thrilling, Zhang Bin said, flicking the blood droplets off his knight's sword. This was his first time actually fighting against the undead. He was somewhat excited after the battle. As for Dong Jiayue, she seemed much calmer. This wasn't her first encounter with the undead creatures. There was an ancient tomb near her territory, and battles against the undead in the tomb were quite common. All right, let's see if there are any spoils of war, Feng Hao ordered. Apart from the Tier 3 toxic decaying corpse, the rest were all Tier 1 common rotting corpses. They moved slowly and weren't very smart. These undead creatures, without any unified command, had little effective combat power. Therefore, they weren't hard to deal with. Zhang Bin took a quick look around and announced, "Boss, there's nothing here." Roar. The moment his voice fell, a roar echoed from the front again, and one by one, rotting corpses emerged from the uninhabited houses. They began moving towards the trio. A new round of combat started again, with the trio covering for each other as they pushed aggressively towards their target. A large number of corpses fell, their blood staining the ground a dark red. In a wooden house just a stone's throw away from the military supply warehouse. The trio sat on the ground, recovering their expended stamina. At this moment, Fang Hao was finally experiencing firsthand what it was like to be besieged until exhaustion. The enemy was not strong, yet their numbers were endlessly wearing him out. Luckily, there was still time to recover their strength, otherwise the three of them would have to retreat back to the tavern where the Urlana soldiers were located. Wait until they've rested before continuing the fight. While regaining their strength, the three of them peered through the gaps in the window to check out the situation outside. Around the armory, a large number of rotten corpses had gathered. Javelin zombies of level 2 and rotten corpses of tier 3 were also mixed in. They roughly counted them to be around 300. "Boss, there are too many of these rotten corpses. I'd be exhausted even if they just stood there and let me kill them," said Zhang Bin in a low voice. "Don't rush, let's rest a little longer." Fang Hao cracked open a bottle of mental potion and drank it down. His strength was almost back to full. Fang Hao then slowly got up from the ground. "Should we break out?" asked Zhang Bin. "Wait a minute, I'll weaken them first." Fang Hao stood by the window, began to conjure a spell. Starfire in his hand shot through the broken wooden window, aiming at the unsuspecting group of rotten corpses across the street. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge shadow enveloped the heavens. Zhang Bin and Dong Jiayue looked up in surprise. A massive fireball, like a descending meteor, was hurtling down rapidly. The landing spot was a place where the rotten corpses were most densely packed. Boom! There was a tremor as if the earth and mountains were shaking. The flat ground was hammered into a huge crater, and the soil and rocks, like flying shrapnel, knocked down the rotten corpses around the edge. Spit! The three crawled up from the ground, spitting out the dirt from their mouths. "Boss, that skill of yours is too ferocious," Zhang Bin said while wiping the mud off his face. "Get rid of the ones on the edge that aren't dead, and then we can enter the warehouse," Fang Hao commanded. "All right." The two, hearing Fang Hao's command, rushed out of the house towards the scattered rotten corpses. Backed by Fang Hao's occasional skill shots from the distance, they exterminated all the enemies on the outskirts. After the fight was over, they cleaned up the entire area completely. The armory was a warehouse made of stone bricks. Perhaps for security, only thin ventilation openings were left at the top of all four walls. Forget about people, even a mouse would find it difficult to get inside. Hence, they had to clear the monsters at the front gate to enter the armory. Squeak! Accompanied by the sound of the door, the three completely pushed open the armory door. Sunlight shot in through the thin openings, illuminating the room. A row of weapon racks displayed all kinds of weapons and armor. But they were covered in dust, showing that no one had used them for a very long time. No wonder the armory was the first to be overrun. "Let's see if there's something good," Fang Hao said. The three immediately scattered and began to rummage around. "Boss, there are so many weapon blueprints here. Iron sword blueprint, wooden bow blueprint, iron arrow blueprint. Apart from these white blueprints, there was also a set of green leather gear. Urlana Guard's helmet blueprint, green. Urlana Guard's thick leather armor blueprint, green. Urlana Guard's bracers blueprint, green. Urlana Boots blueprint, green. A full set of blueprints. Urlana Guard's thick leather armor, green. Type: Defense chest armor. Defense, level 2 defense. Set effect: increased movement speed by 2%, reload speed increased by 2%, morale recovery enhanced by 20%. This effect can stack with other equipment. Description: armor particularly made for the Urlana elite guards. The armor's individual attributes are wearable by any soldier, but the set attributes provide a boost to reload speed. In other words, this set of equipment is more suitable for archers. Holding the blueprints, Fang Hao turned to Dong Jiayue on one side. If it were only him and Zhang Bin, he would have claimed these blueprints directly, with Zhang Bin able to unlock them himself. But this time Dong Jiayue also contributed a lot. If it weren't for his special Starfire skill, Dong Jiayue would have killed the most. Not consulting her about this felt like hoarding equipment. But he had a 100-fold amplification effect. He was more suitable for keeping these blueprints than Dong Jiayue. Brother Hao, you keep them. Just make a few sets for me later, Dong Jiayue said generously. After all, Fang Hao had also helped her a lot, especially just now, he had given her a new set of armor. She realized that she had not benefited as much from daily adventuring with her troops as she had from associating with Fang Hao. Alright, tell me how many sets you want when the time comes. Fang Hao put away the green set without hesitation. The white blueprints were selected by Dong Jiayue, who chose a few that she didn't have, and added them to the Book of Lords. After collecting the blueprints and realizing that there were no more good items, Zhang Bin went straight to the roof from the second floor, raising the flag of Erland Ha. The captain of Erland Ha's guard would know that this place had been taken when he saw the flag, and he would come with his soldiers to retrieve the equipment for a counterattack. Stage mission completed. Reward: Human Clan Influence plus 100, 3 healing potions, 2 magic potions. Special team reward: choose 1 from 3. Stamina Enlightening Potion, Magic Power Enlightening Potion, Blue Steel Curved Blade, Blue. Selection countdown: 59, 58, J. There was even a reward for completing the stage. 2 Enlightening Potions and a blue piece of equipment. Let's pick a Stamina Enlightening Potion for Dong Jiayue, Fang Hao said. Fang Hao had taken the Magic Power Enlightening Potion, and Zhang Bin the Stamina Enlightening Potion. Only Dong Jiayue had taken neither. They didn't particularly need these two, so they could give Dong Jiayue the Enlightening Potion to enhance her strength. That's not right, Dong Jiayue said. Alright, Zhang Bin, select the Enlightening Potion for her. The rewards could be chosen and distributed by the team leader, and Zhang Bin was the leader of this team. Alright, Zhang Bin directly chose the Stamina Enlightening Potion and handed it to Dong Jiayue. She held the potion with her petite hands, repeatedly thanking. Thank you, Brother Hao, and thank you, Brother Bin. It's fine, drink it now, Fang Hao said. Dong Jiayue had no hesitation and had learned about the Enlightening Potion while traveling, so she knew it was a potion that altered her physique. She opened the cap of the bottle and drank it down in one gulp. As soon as she swallowed, Dong Jiayue's face turned red and her forehead began to sweat. What's the matter? Fang Hao looked at Zhang Bin. After all, Zhang Bin had also taken a stamina potion before. It's okay. When changing your physique, your muscles will feel some stimulation, Zhang Bin answered. As expected, a pained expression appeared on Dong Jiayue's face. Fang Hao helped her sit down and rest. After about 5 minutes, Dong Jiayue's complexion returned to normal. She stood up and moved her body around. How do you feel? Fang Hao asked. It feels very good. I'm full of strength, Dong Jiayue answered. That's good. Stomp, stomp, stomp. At that moment, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. It was Erland Ha's guard team arriving. The middle-aged captain burst into the armory first, nodded at the 3 of them, and then loudly ordered, "Give all able-bodied villagers armor and weapons. Fast, everyone, get moving." The captain roared loudly. Everyone silently got to work, taking out and distributing the weapons and gear to the soldiers and able-bodied villagers. The armory was extremely busy, but everyone was silent. Thanks to you 3 for all your help. The undead have already gathered at the second line of defense. They are numerous. It's going to be a deadly battle. The captain came over, thanked them simply, and then explained the situation they were facing. The sudden attack of the undead had caught the village by surprise. All of the guards rapidly assembled, managed to save all of the survivors, and set up a second line of defense. Now, aside from some children and the elderly, all men and women were on the battlefield. This was a battle where it was either life or death. What can we do? Fang Hao asked. The captain looked towards the south and slowly said, "Join us in the counterattack. If there's a chance, run away." This is not your battlefield. If you get a chance, escape. The system had given them the identity of travelers passing through Erland Ha village. These 3 travelers had already fought this long for them, they had already helped plenty. We can win, don't worry, Fang Hao assured him seriously. We must win. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the second line of defense. Various items and wooden stakes were built into a barrier over a person's height. The soldiers were defending against the unceasing attacks of the rotten corpse undead with this circle as their base. Guard squad formed the first battle line, everyone else follows behind us. When the gates are opened, we surge out like a dagger piercing these undead's backsides, killing our way straight to the city gates and reclaiming control. The captain roared, setting the battle deployment. Only a few guards responded, the rest of the armed villagers remained silent. Get ready, open the gates. The gates opened, the captain cried out, charge. Everyone, weapons in hand, dashed out, their iron spears striking the corpses, forcing back the undead several meters. Then it was a melee, living against undead. Fang Hao stood on the city wall, and after casting 2 flame arrows, began to summon spirits. Elemental energy gathered, and 3 wood element spirits appeared beside Fang Hao. 2 were called forth by the skill, but with the element codex page's enhancement, an additional spirit was added. The wood element appeared and immediately used entangle. Vines grew at the feet of the undead, binding them in place. Then the spirit's arms turned into vine whips, launching an attack on the enemy. Whipping sounds echoed. The villagers' desperate fight turned the tide of the battle. Large numbers of undead fell, and the humans started to have the upper hand. Just as everyone started to see hope, a wolf's howl came from afar. Howl, everyone looked up. A huge wolf-like creature stood on a rooftop in the distance, howling at the sky. A terrible gash was open in its rotten body, the head and abdomen. And rotten flesh was hanging off its broken bones. Eerie black mist rose from its body, and its eyes shone with a ghostly green light. Doomsday Terror Wolf, Level 7. Upon seeing the information of the Terror Wolf, the expressions on the faces of the 3 instantly change. A Level 7 creature was far beyond their ability to handle, let alone they had already fought for so long. After howling, the Terror Wolf's green glowing eyes looked down at the fighting people. Through the eyes of the wolf, Fang Hao saw cruelty, cunning, and an anticipation of playing with prey. He was sure that this severely rotten Terror Wolf indeed possessed its own intelligence. The undead wolf, which fed on rotting flesh, was looking down at the guards below. Even the most battle-hardened warriors involuntarily shivered and took 2 steps back when the Doomsday Terror Wolf focused on them. The highest-ranking guard, the captain, was only at level 4. However, the Doomsday Terror Wolf on the roof not only was a level 7 but also had traits of the undead. Boss, this won't be easy. Zhang Bin took a few steps back to join Fang Hao's side. Zhang Bin looked ragged, his whole body was covered in thick blood, and his metal plate armor had a few noticeable scratch marks. Fortunately, his spirits weren't too dampened, and he was uninjured. If we don't kill it, we won't be able to clear the level. Preserve your energy and look for an opportunity to strike, Fang Hao instructed in a hushed tone. This was a test, it wasn't possible to run away at every chance like the captain of the guards suggested. To clear the level, they either had to kill the Terror Wolf or get killed by it. All right, said Zhang Bin. Dong Jiayue also slightly nodded in agreement. Woo! The Doomsday Terror Wolf let out another howl. The rotten corpses below attacked like mad. Attack! The captain of the guards wiped off the fresh blood on his face and yelled. Attack! Attack! All the guards charged forward, once again clashing with the wildly attacking rotten corpses. The Doomsday Terror Wolf pounced downwards, tackling a guard to the ground. It ripped off and swallowed the guard's head in one bite. Chunks of flesh hung from its exposed sternum, and the bloody head fell through its wide-open belly and rolled to the side. This bloody and brutal scene sent chills down everyone's spines. But after killing one target, the Terror Wolf didn't pause for even a second and pounced on another guard. It crunched down on the guard's bones and in one bite, the guard's head was gone. The massive figure of the Terror Wolf, like a mad bull, selected targets on the battlefield. Bang! The captain of the guards, holding his shield, repelled the terror wolf which was about to bite the next target. The body of the terror wolf flew sideways, its head shaking from the impact. Looking at the human who had hit it, its eyes filled with a cold murderous intent. "I'll hold it off, you guys clear off the rotten corpses," the captain yelled again. Yes, the rest of the team, including Fang Hao and others, began to kill the rotten corpses with even greater vigor. They needed to clear the small monsters as fast as possible. Then assist the captain to kill this terror wolf. Time was tight, everyone attacked without holding anything back. Fang Hao launched a barrage of arrows, killing rotten corpses one by one. His wooden spirit servant also charged into the enemy, turning its hands into vines to skewer the bodies of the rotten corpses. The number of rotten corpses was gradually decreasing. But the captain of the guards had reached his limit. The terror wolf swung its massive paw. Bang! Like a gigantic hammer hitting the ground, a dull thud echoed. The captain was flung off, sprawling on the ground awkwardly. Naturally, the terror wolf wouldn't miss this opportunity. It leapt up, pounced on him, and its sharp teeth went for his head. In a moment of peril, it appeared that their most powerful warrior was about to be killed. Fang Hao didn't have time to think. He pointed his left hand at the terror wolf and shot out a flame fireball, which was engulfed in flames. The flame fireball wasn't one of Fang Hao's skills, it was a skill bestowed by a flame ring. He had obtained this ring from Shadowwind Castle and hadn't used it much. Yet today, as soon as the cooldown period was over, he immediately released fireballs, alternating with his fiery arrows to attack targets on the field. Bang! The flame fireball hit the terror wolf's body directly, instantly setting its remaining fur on fire. The captain took this opportunity to roll to the side, creating distance between him and the terror wolf. The successful rescue of the captain of the guards also drew the terror wolf's attention. A pair of ghostly green eyes stared at Fang Hao, its shriveled tongue coiling in its mouth. In the next second, ignoring the humans around it, it charged straight towards Fang Hao's location. Like a runaway car, it knocked all the guards along the way into the air. "Boss, I'm here too." Zhang Bin took a step forward, sinking his weight, hiding his whole body behind the buckler shield and directly blocking Fang Hao. It's not about loyalty, but once Fang Hao dies, his good days would also come to an end. Bang! In a loud noise, Zhang Bin's whole body flew back like a kite with its string cut, fell to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. Even so, he managed to block the attack of the terror wolf. The three wood spirits also seized this opportunity to shield Fang Hao. Vines grew from the ground, entwining themselves around the wolf's limbs. Zhang Bin, Fang Hao, keeping his eyes on the terror wolf, called out loudly. "It's okay, it just hurts a bit," Zhang Bin said, taking out a bottle of healing potion and gulping it down. Ensuring that Zhang Bin was alright, Fang Hao continued to stare at the terror wolf. His left hand's magic wand once again conjured fire arrows, targeting the terror wolf. The remaining guards also moved forward and began to attack the terror wolf. "Brother Hao, retreat." Dong Jiayue shielded Fang Hao, her spear pointing forward. Fang Hao slowly retreated, getting a proper distance for attacking. PFF. After the rotten corpses were cleaned up, the terror wolf was besieged by everyone. Spear, sword, arrows, magic, all fell densely on its body. In the chaos of battle, Dong Jiayue tightly gripped her spear, launching a fierce attack. The spear was straight as a line, its cold light blooming, and the tip swiftly pierced the terror wolf's pupil in an instant. The terror wolf, which was unaware of pain, let out a painful howl at this moment. After sweeping the guards in front of him aside, it rushed directly towards Dong Jiayue. Seeing the terror wolf charging at her, Dong Jiayue turned to run. Seeing the human who wounded it trying to escape, the terror wolf leapt high into the air to pounce on its target. Dong Jiayue turned her head slightly, saw the wolf pouncing, eyes flashed with fierceness. Twisting her waist and swinging her arm, she thrust her spear forward in a turning motion. The spear continued its unstoppable momentum, piercing through the terror wolf's mouth, lifting it high up, suspending it on the spear. The rest of the group immediately rushed forward, launching an assault on the struggling terror wolf. The spear shook, pulled out smoothly as blood gushed out, carrying with it the smell of a decaying corpse. The giant body of the terror wolf lay on the ground. After a couple of twitching movements, it could no longer get up. It was completely dead. The guard captain glanced at the wolf corpse, picked up his sword, and beheaded it, making sure it could never come back to life. He began to organize help to retake control of the city wall's defense. The trio of Fang Hao sat on some wooden stakes to the side. They glanced at each other, still afraid of the recent death encounter. The level 7 creature had nearly wiped them out. If Dong Jiayue hadn't taken the enlightening potion, with insufficient power and stamina, whether they could kill the terror wolf was an entirely different matter. Zhang Bin, are you okay? Fang Hao asked again. I'm fine, this potion really works, it doesn't hurt once I drink it, Zhang Bin said from one side. Dong Jiayue, what about you? Fang Hao looked towards Dong Jiayue. The previous strike was splendid and cool, just like in the movies, killing the charging terror wolf. I'm fine, brother Hao, you can just call me Jiayue, you don't need to call my full name every time, Dong Jiayue said. Surviving a near-death experience had brought the three of them closer. Alright, rest a bit, there might still be danger. Fang Hao had just finished speaking when the guards had already successfully reclaimed the city walls. The moment the city gates closed, the three of them received a system prompt. Historical battle. The predicament of Erlana completed. Reward released. Frost Armor Skill Scroll, Skull Face Skill Scroll, Enchantment Elixir, Apprentice Magic Robe, Apprentice Magic Wand. Phew, it's over, finally over. The three of them sat on the ground, letting out a breath of relief. Time to return in 3, 2, 1. The light shone once again, and the figures of the three disappeared from their original spot. When Fang Hao reappeared, he was back in his own territory. He opened the Book of Lords and contacted the other two. Upon learning that they had all returned safely to their own territories, he relaxed. Master, Era emerged from the stone tower of the Lord's Manor, spotted Fang Hao, and paused in surprise. She didn't know when he had returned. Yes, Era, I'm a bit hungry. Prepare something for lunch. Oh right, have someone prepare bathwater too. Alright. During the trial, time didn't exactly stand still, but it certainly moved at a different pace. The battle in Elenha village took about 7 or 8 hours, and they eliminated hundreds of rotten corpses. But upon their return, it was just past noon, only 3 or 4 hours had passed. Era went to prepare lunch, and Fang Hao began to review the rewards he had received. The rewards for the trial were all skills or apprentice-level equipment. They leaned towards enhancing individual capabilities. The skill scrolls were Frost Armor and Death's Visage. Do you wish to learn the skill Frost Armor? Do you wish to learn the Faction Legion skill Death's Visage? Learn. The two scrolls turned into dazzling light, directly penetrating Fang Hao's body. Frost Armor, Type. Water Elemental Skill. Description. When cast, it forms a defensive armor, adding 35% of your spiritual power to your defense. And any magic cast, except fire magic, will carry a frost effect. Fang Hao cast it immediately. A surge of energy rose, forming a light blue protective layer around him. It felt as though he was wearing a coat made of blue glass. After inspecting the frost armor, he moved on to the second skill. Death's Visage, Passive, Type. Undead Legion Skill. Description. Every time a soldier under your command dies, all soldiers are motivated to fight, increasing their attack and defense by 1%. Damn, this Legion skill is powerful. Given how many soldiers he has, just getting trampled to death during battles could easily stack up to 100. To stack up to 100% is pretty much a piece of cake. Doesn't it mean that he could sacrifice 100 low-level soldiers to exchange for a 100% increase in both attack and defense for tens of thousands of soldiers? By then, the combat strength of his soldiers will have reached terrifying heights. It's a shame that there's a cap at 100, if there weren't, it would be perfect. Imagine stacking up to 100,000 attack power. Even a regular skeleton warrior could one-shot kill members of Dragon Clan. In any case, even with the limit at 100, this skill is quite a powerhouse. It can increase the combat power of the whole legion. Enchantment Elixir, Type. Elixir. Ability. Increases the speed of skill casting by 2% permanently. Description: a magical elixir blended with the blood of tyrants, which will enhance your understanding of magic upon absorption. Another incredible item: after drinking it, it increases the speed of skill casting. In layman's terms, it reduces the casting time. This elixir is very important for mages, as good as obtaining a powerful skill. The remaining apprentice magic robe and apprentice magic wand don't need further inspection since they are just green beginner equipment. When the time comes that the undead mage's equipment breaks, replace them with these two. Zhang Bin, what skill did you get? Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords, asking Zhang Bin. The rewards for equipment should all be beginner level, it's mainly about which skills they've obtained. Iron Wall, a skill that can increase my defenses and block effects, and a Legion skill, Hold the Line, which increases the army's defenses and counter-attacking ability during defensive battles. It feels like I'm just being slapped around with these defense skills. Boss, am I heading down a dead-end road? Zhang Bin replied, whether it's Iron Wall or the Legion skill Hold the Line, they both sound like defensive skills. Interpreting them as getting beaten up skills aren't too far off either. Tanks in games are the most powerful profession, a real man's calling, Feng Hao consoled. Well, my physique is getting better and better. After ending the chat with Zhang Bin, Feng Hao opened a private chat with Dong Jiayue. He found out that Dong Jiayue was also rewarded with two skills. One increases her attack speed, the other, a Legion skill, increases troops' attack speed by 20% and attack power by 5%. It's somewhat similar to Or's Blood Rage, temporarily increasing mobility and burst power. After chatting with the two, today's trial seemed to have finally come to an end. Master, your bathwater is ready. A maid approached. Okay, Feng Hao responded and headed towards the Lord's mansion. Bathing here wasn't as simple as in modern times. Someone had to boil the water and then pour it into the bath. Entering the bathroom, he took off his clothes, stepped into the bathtub, and a wave of comfort made him feel slightly sleepy. Just as he was enjoying the moment, he heard the door being opened. A pair of soft hands landed gently on Feng Hao's shoulders from behind, before starting to slowly massage him. When she leaned her head around, Feng Hao saw that it wasn't Era who had walked in. It was the white fox maid who had been assigned to tidy up the basement of the Lord's mansion. Why is it you? Feng Hao asked reflexively. The maid looked somewhat panicked and hastily replied. Era is cooking and has asked me to assist you with your bath. Oh, okay, go to the door and get the blue elixir from my bag, instructed Feng Hao. He suddenly thought of the enchantment elixir he hadn't taken yet. This elixir was better consumed early. Yes, master. The fox girl complied and retrieved the elixir from his bag beside them and handed it to him. Having a similar experience before, he didn't overthink things, uncorked the bottle, and swiftly gulped it down. The cool liquid slid down his chest and into his stomach. First came a chill, then a wave of pain that engulfed his whole body. His abdomen was like it had become a ball of fire, and his skin turned red instantly as though he was a cooked crab. Master, are you all right? The fox girl asked softly. Hot, too hot. Even though Feng Hao knew this was the effect of the elixir, he still felt quite uncomfortable. He immediately stood up from the bath, letting his bare skin be exposed to the air. Seeing this scene and hearing Feng Hao's groans, the fox girl's face turned bright red, and she slowly started to undress in her shyness. After she was completely naked, she lowered her head and walked over to Feng Hao's side. When Feng Hao turned around and saw the fox girl's condition, he was slightly shocked. She was now even redder than he was. I didn't mean that, said Feng Hao. With blushing cheeks, the fox girl confessed, Master, I'm not very good at this. Though the effects of the elixir didn't last too long, it left Feng Hao hot and bothered. An hour later, with the fox girl's aid, Feng Hao put on fresh clothes, and they both exited the bathroom together. Meanwhile, in the Coldwind Mountain Range, after Feng Hao annihilated an army of 300,000, the entire Coldwind Mountain Range was in a state of high tension. Tribes near the edges of the mountain range were in constant fear, fearing that the undead army would ruthlessly slaughter them as the first victims. The Skullcrusher tribe's chieftain's hall. Sitting in his chair with a sullen face, Skullcrusher Shah said, "That's the situation, so I would like the Bloodthroat tribe to join us in eliminating this potential threat." In the center of the hall sat a giant almost 5 meters tall, playing with 2 human skulls covered in residue. This giant was from the Troll, Bloodthroat tribe. Meatfist, Caius, Orange Tier 3 hero. Once, the name of the Bloodthroat tribe was known throughout the region, synonymous with cruelty and terror. The former clan leader of the Bloodthroat tribe was extremely bloodthirsty. With the slaughter god as the tribe's sole totem, any prisoners or slaves from any forces would be taken by him to the altar to be sacrificed to the great slaughter god. No matter who they were or what status they held, they were all his offerings. But the trolls, no matter how strong they were, relied solely on their own bloodline and a trend of rapid rise. When they managed to anger both elves and dragons at the same time, a war that spanned the entire region rang out. The forces of the Dragon Clan and the Elf Clan, with overwhelming strength, crushed the Bloodthroat tribe. Only a small number of trolls retreated into the resource-scarce mountains to barely survive and reproduce. With the passing of centuries, the Bloodthroat tribe slowly regained strength. And the present clan leader was still powerful, worshipping the slaughter god. "Shah, you really are a waste, defeated by a force that has just started to develop?" The voice of Caius was rough and sounded like a giant beast's roar. In the Orc Hall, such a taunting insult to a great chief caused Shah's expression to darken, but the Skullcrusher tribe indeed lacked the strength to defeat the Undead and was facing various internal problems at the moment. He had no choice but to bow his head to the troll standing before him. He forced a small smile and said, "The Skullcrusher tribe can't compare to the Bloodthroat tribe. If it were an ordinary opponent, I wouldn't have turned to the Bloodthroat tribe." Shah's words contained some flattery, but it was quite effective for the trolls who usually believed in the supremacy of strength. Upon the serious expression of Caius, a slight smile surfaced. "You are right indeed, so, tell me, what can I gain by helping you?" Shah's heart leapt with joy. This big guy was really quite simple-minded, and he was already somewhat persuaded with just a few words. "Chief Caius, we will split the spoils of war 7-3. With the Bloodthroat tribe taking the larger share," said Shah. Caius chuckled, "HMPH, do you see my Bloodthroat tribe as free fighters?" "Then, Chief Caius, how would you like to split?" asked Shah with a frown. "Shah, if I did not help you, the Undead would attack you within 10 days. By then, forget about spoils of war, even the survival of Skullcrusher is uncertain," said Caius. At this, Shah's expression darkened even more, regardless of personal strength or the overall strength of the tribe. He had to get the Bloodthroat tribe's help, as the Skullcrusher tribe might really cease to exist otherwise. "Chief Caius, just say it directly, under what conditions would you be willing to deal with those undead?" Turning his eyes, Caius said directly, "All the spoils of war are mine. In addition, you must prepare 300,000 Warfire coins as a reward for this operation. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, Shah. I'm fully capable of wiping you out, then eliminating the undead." Such a direct provocation immediately turned the atmosphere in the entire hall sincere. A few orc warriors at the entrance were slowly inching their hands towards their weapons at their waist. The moment Shah gave an order, they would launch an attack on the troll. No matter that he was a powerful hero. Phew, Shah took a deep breath, suppressing the rising anger in his heart, and finally agreed. "Okay, I agree with you, but it will take me some time to gather that money. I can only pay you after we have defeated the undead." "Fine, that's settled then. Arrange for a scout to collect information and provide me with a copy. We can attack from 2 directions simultaneously. It wouldn't be difficult to eliminate an undead force that has just gotten started," said Caius, standing up with a solemn tone. His mighty body was like a small hill, and his armor made a loud noise as he moved. "Okay, the scouts have already been dispatched. I'll send the information over to you as soon as I receive it. Hurry up your people, I'm really looking forward to crushing those bony guys." Caius rubbed the skull accessory in his hand. "It will be soon." Without further ado, Caius bent down and walked out of the orc hall. After lunch, Feng Hao filled his empty stomach. He glanced at the regional channel and found it unusually quiet today, without anyone speaking. Feng Hao even suspected whether the trial task was too difficult. And if all these people had failed the trial. Era, have you heard of the enlightening potion? After the meal, Era brought a plate of fruit. I've heard of it, it's a potion often used by humans. Supposedly it allows ordinary people to become warriors too. But it's rarely seen among beast clans, Era replied softly. Beast clans excel in combat. They are naturally warriors, like the beast clans with demon bloodlines and minotaur clans, all are natural-born warriors. The weak are soon eliminated by the tribe. Therefore, there is really no need for them to research these kinds of auxiliary potions. Moreover, the price of a potion is not low itself, and they are hard to come by. Can you use it? Feng Hao asked. Feng Hao's idea was simple. The enlightening potion could change a person's constitution and, battle or no battle, it could make a person healthier. Even though Feng Hao drank the magic potion himself, he was still able to clearly feel the changes happening to his body. He became immune to insects, and his constitution was enhanced. In the future, when he gets hold of potions, can he prepare some for Era and others? It would enhance their physical strength and give them some self-defense capability. I don't know, but it should work. I've heard of beastmen buying potions before. Era also picked up a fruit and gently took a bite. Feng Hao nodded, not saying much more. Bang! Just then, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Angia walked in carrying a silver treasure chest. She tossed it directly at Feng Hao's feet and said, "Quick, open it and see what's inside. Maybe there's something good." Feng Hao looked at the chest on the ground, then glanced at the dusty figure of Angia. I was wondering why I didn't see Angia at lunch. Turns out she was out adventuring again. Are there still monster strongholds within our territory? Feng Hao asked with some disbelief. With so many soldiers now and a wide patrol range, why would there still be monster strongholds? No, I rode a giant lizard out, I went far. There are 3 bear carcasses outside, you should butcher them too. Angia answered indifferently. What an adventurer, she even had a giant lizard prepared for her expedition. Without saying anything else, Feng Hao directly opened the chest. Obtained. Iron Axe Blueprint, Leather Necklace Blueprint, Natural Gems X2, Warfire Coins X31. The Iron Axe Blueprint was a duplication, he could sell it in the channel later. Seeing the second blueprint, Feng Hao's brows furrowed slightly. Leather Necklace. Category. Necklace. Defense. Tier 1 Defense. Description. Surely no one actually thinks this is a defense item? Leather Necklace. Leather XL, Metal Parts XL, Yarn X2. This. Are there really blueprints for such a thing? How is it? Anything good? Angia asked while eating a fruit. There is something, quite practical. Feng Hao silently put the blueprint away. I knew my luck was good. I've never opened a chest that didn't have something good, Angia boasted. Thank you, then, for bringing me such good luck. Don't mention it, just work hard and don't mess up our territory, Angia continued. Hey, watch your words. In the afternoon, Feng Hao began crafting the Erlana Guardian set, equipping the archers within his territory. He later accepted an order in the Trade Alliance building, replenishing the needed supplies. Amidst the hustle and bustle, it was already night time. During dinner, Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords, and the number of people in the channel suddenly increased. It seems that they only managed to complete their trial tasks by night. I was tasked with a murloc, and it's not small at all. Fish head with big bulging eyes. And it can even fight on land. I'm allergic to seafood, and though I won, I'm suffering from an allergic reaction now. My mission was an orc attack on a village. Even though they were all tier 1 orcs, many people died. It was too brutal. You're both lucky, the leader of my team is a dumbass. He chose awards without any regard to others, choosing only what he could use. And he called himself the damn savior. Savior my ass. That's really unfortunate for you. What's your name? Say it, so we all know to avoid you. Indeed, I hate those types of people who take all the equipment rewards for themselves. His name is Xie Yuan Fei. Remember him. Don't let him be the team leader, even if you are teamed up. What the hell? Why are you slandering me? You didn't mention any of this when we met, but now you're smearing my name from behind. Are you sick or what? As soon as the name was mentioned, the person called Xie Yuan Fei couldn't sit still and came out swearing. You think I had a choice? You're the team leader, who knows if we'll return to your territory when it all ends? Who knows what you'd do, you don't deserve to have teammates. I also want to report someone. He hid during the fight and one of my teammates died. His name is... It seems that the Transmigrators' first collaboration wasn't very successful. Soon after, many people began to name and shame each other's teammates. There was a heated debate on the channel. The next day, Prul City. A sharp blade was pressed against Fang Hao's throat. He laid back, a bitter soap scent filling his nostrils. That razor was diligently scraping at the stubble on his chin. The barber had the expression of a focused sculptor, carefully adjusting the beard and hairstyle of the well-dressed young man. It took about 20 days being here to finally find a place where he could get a haircut. And they even offered a free beard trimming service. Though on his chin, only sparse stubble had grown. Is this your first time here, sir? The barber casually asked while working. Yes, it's my first time here. Are you visiting relatives? Each city wasn't really that large. Though not everyone knew each other, it was easy to spot outsiders. Obviously, the young man's appearance and attire revealed his status as an outsider. No, I live in a nearby city and thought I'd come over to do some business, Fang Hao replied. Oh, doing business here? What line are you planning to enter? The barber asked with interest. Catering. The barber blinked in surprise, then quickly grasped the meaning of the word, catering, saying, You look like an educated person. The pubs in the city do a good business. Everyone likes to go there for a drink, but I worry it will be hard for you to succeed. The shop I'll be running is mainly for dining, selling alcohol comes second, Fang Hao answered. The barber didn't continue his line of questioning, clearly showing he didn't believe the business would succeed. Seeing his silence, Fang Hao continued, Is there a place here where I can buy orc slaves? Huh? The barber instinctively glanced at the orc girl patiently waiting for Fang Hao's haircut to finish. They occasionally appear, but it's been a while since the last time. Those orc slave merchants would bring some humanoid orcs and sell them to rich nobles at a high price. So, you're saying something like bunny girls are popular around here? Cough, cough. The hairdresser gave a slight cough and coyly responded, Perhaps, every batch of Rabbit Clan girls that arrive here get sold out. After a final touch-up to his hairstyle, the hairdresser used a linen cloth to brush away the hairbits from Fang Hao's neck. All right, sir, the hairdresser lightly patted his shoulder. Fang Hao stood up, bent over and brushed off the hairbits on his head with his hand. It seemed there wasn't a hair washing service here, so he would have to wash it himself later. He paid the hairdresser and left the house with Angia. Why did you cut it so short? Angia asked on the way. Huh, doesn't it look good? It's not that the nobles all keep long hair, you should learn from their dress codes, Angia suggested. I'm not a noble, and their hairstyles are not cool at all. As they walked through the streets, they saw a pub open for business. It was still morning. The pub had to prepare for business early, even though it wasn't open yet. Upon entering the pub, the bartenders were tidying up the tables and cleaning up the mess left from last night. The barmaid was standing at the bar counter, stretching her arms above her head in a big yawn. Her curvaceous figure was fully revealed at this moment. Accompanied by a lazy moan, it almost made people bleed from the nose. This early morning stimulation, one can't help but wonder about the health of the pub owner. After yawning, the barmaid noticed Fang Hao's entry. While wiping the counter, she posed seductively. Coming this early, are you here for a drink, or for a chat? It wasn't drinking time yet. There were quite a few men who would come early to chat with her. Fang Hao took a seat on a nearby chair and said directly, Chat. The pub owner revealed a smile, her forearm rested on the counter. Come on, I like strong young ones like you. Damn, which street in Prul City is good for business? Fang Hao asked directly. Huh? The barmaid paused, what she'd expected to be flattery sounded like a business talk. What do you want to do? Open a shop, Fang Hao replied. If you want to run a business, this street is the best. The barmaid picked up the cloth and continued cleaning the counter. Prul City was not big, with a population of around 10,000. And the busiest street was this commercial strip where the pub was located. Although it was the busiest, it was only compared to the other streets. This street was home to various commercial shops, making it the goldmine of the town. How about the shop opposite? I see it's for sale, Fang Hao continued asking. You sly boy, is that why you came sneaking to me? The barmaid turned around and leaned on the bar, lightly tapping Fang Hao's forehead in an affectionate manner. Her loose neckline fell down, revealing a large part of her ample bosom. A pub was a good place to acquire information. Regardless of local residents or transitional travelers, they would all stop by the pub. Alcohol loosens tongues, and people say more than they intend. The patrons might not care, but the owner always hears some intriguing news. Just like the last time when the barmaid asked Fang Hao about who the bandits were. Back then, she simply answered, a group of orcs and humans. From this, she deduced the orc with a spiked hammer and impaired intelligence. In short, if you want some information, the pub is a great place to start. Fang Hao glanced at her busty chest, and thought to himself if he should educate the locals on bras to expand the women's market. Indeed, you're beautiful and kind. Of course, you're the first one that I thought of, Fang Hao praised. To get things done, you need to make the other party feel good about themselves. Haha, sly boy, the barmaid laughed and scolded, but found herself liking the handsome young man in front of her, who was also wealthy. She walked around the counter and sat next to Fang Hao, lowering her voice. That shop is not good to buy from. Why do you think it's still not sold out in this street? Huh? Is there a reason? Is it haunted? He didn't know if it was due to the Undead faction, but when he heard there was a problem with the shop, the first thing that came to his mind was, it's haunted. The image of wandering spirits rampaging about in the room popped into his mind. What haunted? Stop nonsense, the barmaid lightly hit his arm. The shop owner offended someone. The shop can't be operated and can't be sold. Who did he offend? The barmaid's lips were close to his ear as she cautiously said, the son of the chief of internal affairs. Outside Prul City, a man with zits on his face, eyes fixed on the giant lizard in the stable. Repeatedly making a hissing sound, he circled the stable several times. What the hell is this thing? The zit-faced man cursed. Several underlings closely followed the zit-faced man, dressed in linen shirts, iron swords hanging around their waists. They didn't look like city guards, but their uniforms were identical. Boss, it's a giant dragon, it has to be a giant dragon. One of the underlings stepped forward to suggest. Smack. The zit-faced man smacked the underling on the back of his head, scolding. Are you blind? Since when are a dragon's legs this short? And does it look this dumb to you? How would it fly without wings? The beast in front of them did indeed possess some traits similar to the rumored dragons. But it wasn't a dragon, it looked more like an enlarged crocodile. The underling shrank back. Boss, I was just joking with you, just trying to lighten up the atmosphere. By making me look like a damn fool? The zit-faced man cursed again, unstrapping the iron sword from his waist and poking the giant lizard with the sheath. The giant lizard opened its eyes, sending the zit-faced man scrambling backward. He tripped and fell flat on his backside. But the giant lizard gave no reaction, glancing at him before continuing with its nap. The underlings helped the zit-faced man up, who then said, it's surprisingly tame. Go on then, bring it back. I always wanted to be a dragon knight. Boss, I thought you said it wasn't a dragon. Shut up and do as I say, the zit-faced man retorted, kicking the underling harshly. The underling, driven away, carefully approached the giant lizard, slowly reaching a hand towards the rope tied to the stake. What are you doing? A rebuke sounded from behind them, startling the underling who was trying to untie the rope and causing him to tremble. Everyone turned their heads to see the patrolling captain of the guards approaching. The zit-faced man retorted disdainfully. Mind your own business, or else I'll let loose a few punches and you'll get beaten up for nothing. This giant lizard is the pet of a guest of the city lord. If you don't want to get in trouble, best not to mess with it. The guard captain warned, though he didn't step forward. So it was a giant lizard. The zit-faced man and his underlings finally figured out the creature before them. I am just following the city rules. Leaving such a large thing around, it could attack people. Let me take it away for now. If the owner has any grievances, they can take it up with me at my place, the zit-faced man declared. Having finished speaking, he gestured a signal to his underlings. Once again, they began to untie the rope tied around the stake. It looked as if they were determined to take away this massive giant lizard. Just as they had freed the rope and were about to move the giant lizard, a woman's voice rang out again. I would advise you not to disturb it. Should it attack, you will surely die here. The zit-faced man looked over, noticing a white-haired beast-eared girl coming out from the city. Her figure and face resembled a charming, beautiful leopardess, giving off a unique vibe. A beast woman, a female orc? What are you doing in Prul City? The zit-faced man's eyes surveyed up and down. What I'm doing here is none of your concern. I am the owner of this giant lizard. I will take good care of it. You may leave now, Angia retorted. Hey, and how do you prove this giant lizard is yours? The zit-faced man shot back while placing hands behind his back, signaling his underlings. The underlings glanced at each other, their hands slowly reaching for the iron swords at their waists. Angia observed their movements, a cold smirk on her face. Attack, the zit-faced man ordered, just as the underlings drew their swords, intending to tease them a little. They saw an afterimage of bodies passing in front of them. Thump, a punch from the beast woman landed on the zit-faced man's face. As the zit-faced man fell to the ground, the beast woman swiftly followed. Her fist raining down like droplets of rain, continuously striking the man in the face. The frequency of her punches left no time for the zit-faced man to cry out in pain. There was only the sound of her fists hitting their mark. The guard captain was somewhat surprised by the beast woman's strength but still urged. Enough, you're going to kill him. Angia stopped and eyed the approaching guards coldly. The captain immediately halted, explaining. We didn't touch this giant lizard, and we're not with those guys. Don't misunderstand. Angia wiped fresh blood off her fist onto the zit-faced man's body. They were the ones who drew their swords first. You saw that, right? I did, and I'll report it as such. The captain swallowed hard. The guards surrounded the tavern. The barkeepers, already preparing for the opening, paused their work. All they could do was sit on the side, watching guard captain and Fang Hao converse not far away. That's how it happened. Although I'll testify for you, he is, after all, the son of the steward. How things will progress is still uncertain. The guard captain said as he sat in a wooden chair, explaining everything that had just occurred. Clatter, not far away, the landlady dropped the coarse ceramic cup she was wiping and quickly bent down to pick it up. She had just reminded everyone that if the shop across the street offended a high-ranking person, like the steward's son, it wouldn't be able to open or sell. Fang Hao had barely left the house when this happened. He had punched the steward's son. Now it would be difficult not to offend them. The sudden noise only caused the pair in conversation to glance over before they resumed their topic. How is it usually resolved? Fang Hao asked. Hard to say. The city lord, due to some reasons, has given over many matters to the steward. Hence his son. The captain trailed off. You get what I mean, right? I understand. Fang Hao nodded in response. Not long after, a summon from the city lord arrived. Fang Hao and Angia were escorted in the direction of the city lord's mansion. On the way, Angia curiously asked, shouldn't we run? Run? Why should we when we're in the right? And the city lord isn't as powerful as you, so there's nothing to fear, Fang Hao whispered back. Cyril, the city lord, was only a blue, rank 5 hero. If they were to fight, it was uncertain whether Cyril would beat Angia. I'm worried about your safety, Angia insisted. Don't worry, I've brought a teleportation scroll. By the way, is the steward's son badly injured? He didn't die. That's good enough. After crossing the street, the two arrived at the city lord's mansion. In the grand hall, Besides City Lord Cyril, whom they had met before, there was also a tall and thin middle-aged man with curly hair. City Lord, Fang Hao nodded. Please have a seat, Mr. Fang Hao. Fang Hao, along with Angia, sat on the side. My steward claims that your guard attacked his son. I would like to understand the situation better. Cyril began without any indication of bias. Yes, but the cause of the incident was indeed the steward's son trying to take my mount. Even after my guard advised him against it, he drew his longsword, Fang Hao explained. Bang! The thin steward's expression turned red, and he slammed his hands on the table, staring at Fang Hao as he began to berate him. Talking nonsense, you savage country bumpkins dare to attack public officials within Prul City. You really have the nerve? His words were abruptly cut off. A beautifully crafted white knife, fashioned like a sword hilt crowned with a tree, was already pressed against his throat. Speak politely, and if you spit at me again, I'll make a hole in you, Fang Hao said grimly. The steward obviously didn't come here reasoning. Of course, Fang Hao preferred a simpler approach. Enough, both of you sit down, City Lord Cyril spoke up again. The steward slowly retreated a short distance before continuing. City Lord, he dared to brandish a weapon here. This is unforgivable. Cyril frowned at him, cursing internally that he was blinded by rage. Could he not see how frightened Fang Hao was? His relaxed demeanor suggested he was perfectly at home. Fang Hao's identity had always been a mystery, but the fact that he had eradicated a long-established bandit camp in one day confirmed that he had a significant military force behind him. Could he even touch Fang Hao? Would he go to war with a city for the sake of his troublemaking son? Is it possible? All right, I've inquired about the incident. Both parties are at fault. I'll arrange for someone to treat your son later. And let's consider this matter closed, Cyril said directly. There was no mention of who was right or wrong, it was glossed over. The steward frowned and was about to protest when he saw the warning in Cyril's gaze. All the resentment had to be swallowed down. Grinding his teeth, he said. Fine, I'll listen to the city lord. We'll let this matter rest. Haha, great, Mr. Fang Hao, what do you think? Cyril turned to Fang Hao. After all, we are in Prul City. Attacking someone is a bit too much. We heed the city lord's advice, Fang Hao responded with a small smile. What everyone was worried about was resolved so swiftly. Cyril had been tactful, there were no discussions of right and wrong. Everyone was at fault. Let the matter rest, and no one should bring it up again. Of course, Fang Hao was quite satisfied with the result since the person that got beaten up wasn't him. Still enraged, the steward stormed off. Fang Hao stayed back and continued. City Lord, I'm interested in a shop and want to settle down. How much would it cost? Sure, which one are you interested in? Cyril asked curiously. The one across Rose Tavern on Commercial Street. Oh? There's still an unclaimed shop on that street? Seems like you're lucky, Cyril exclaimed, surprised. Perhaps. That shop had offended the steward's son and had been unoccupied for 2 years. Nobody dared to buy it. The landlady had just mentioned this to him earlier, but now it was fine. The offending party had been dealt with by Angia, so there were no concerns about causing offense anymore. You there, Cyril called out. A retainer came over. City Lord, you assist Mr. Fang Hao in processing the shop. All right, Mr. Fang Hao, miss, please follow me. The retainer led the two out and proceeded with the shop documentation. The price was astronomical, making him consider whether he should build a city and profit from housing development. This was too lucrative. Once the paperwork was complete, they had to deliver the payment to the city lord's mansion within 3 days. Afterward, they could collect the deed to the property and officially become the owners. The two continued their conversation as they exited the city lord's mansion. Within the tavern, I'm telling you, he won't return, a barkeeper said while rearranging tables and chairs, discussing the recent events. He's been at the city lord's mansion for quite some time. I bet his head has been chopped off already. That's not necessarily true. He's a wealthy foreigner. That despicable guy only dares to bully the native townsfolk but not those from out of town. Another worker chimed in. Only the living separate the rich and the poor, the barkeeper continued. Creak. The door opened again, and the glaring sunlight streamed in, causing everyone to squint. Feng Hao sat back down at the bar, and Angia also took a seat. The barkeepers were dumbfounded, glancing at each other. Even if he was unharmed, he certainly made a speedy return. Did you sort it out? The landlady was equally surprised. Everyone in the city knew that the steward's family was even more annoying than ruffians. Returning so quickly suggested that these two youngsters were not ordinary people. It's resolved, Feng Hao continued. You haven't finished the story of this bounty. The tavern owner served 2 beers and placed them in front of the pair. Curiously, she asked, "Are you interested in this story?" Earlier, after inquiring about the tavern from the owner, he had noticed a new reward added to the notice board. This amendment was not for bandit elimination or monster removal. It was a reward for an expedition. You wouldn't have to fight, you could even bypass all enemies on the way. The goal was to find clues about a certain graveyard. Whether you find the location or related information, you would receive a reward from the mercenary group. The tavern owner noticed Feng Hao shows interest in the reward, and decided to tell him a passed-down tale, the city lord and the one in the tomb. Unfortunately, soldiers rushed in and interrupted the story just as it began. Once they left, Feng Hao quickly found the tavern owner to continue the tale. "I'm interested," said Feng Hao, ready to hear the rest of the story. "All right, in truth, the story's authenticity is pretty low. A storyteller memorized it and that's why it is kept to today," the tavern owner explained. Just casually listening, no big deal," Feng Hao replied. The tavern owner tossed her cloth to the side, took a seat opposite to them, and began to tell the tale. In simple terms, it was about a young city lord who was tall and handsome, admired by all women of the city. One day, a peculiar woman arrived at the city, and the two quickly fell in love. The young city lord aged while the woman remained young. One night, the woman was fatally attacked by the city lord's enemy and died in the castle. The city lord held a funeral and buried his family's most precious treasures with her. Imagine, endless gold and jewels, all buried together with the city lord's lover. Buried in the mountains to the west, the tavern owner teared up. Those damn enemies, they broke up the lovers. Cough, cough, forget about the lovers, which mountains? Is there a map? Feng Hao asked immediately after a sip of beer. The tavern owner glanced sideways at him, realizing he wasn't here for the story, but for the reward information. "There isn't a map, but it's easy to find. If you have a map, I can show you," she offered. Feng Hao unfolded the map from the Book of Lords and displayed it to the tavern owner. After being amazed by the map's detail, the tavern owner pointed out a location west of Prul City. "Approximately here. It's very easy to find." "If it's so easy to find and has a fixed location, then what's there to discover?" Feng Hao queried. The reward from the mercenaries was high, and with a rough location, he could find it himself. There was no need for an announced reward. Now, the whole city knew this group was searching for a grave. What you can consider, do you think the stingy mercenaries haven't? Here lies a group of mountains, and the grave is rumored to be somewhere beneath one of them. You tell me if it's easy to find, the tavern owner retorted in annoyance. Mercenaries were a group that licked blood from the blade's edge, notorious not only for their greed but stinginess. In the tavern, mercenaries often picked on seemingly honest patrons, and conned them out of money using various reasons. At night, they would secretly follow you, turning into robbers and robbing a few fat sheep by surprise. Although mercenaries appeared to earn a legitimate living, they also risked their lives for money. Attempting to take advantage of them was truly challenging. Has anyone attempted? Any dangers along the way? Feng Hao questioned once again. A few people tried in the past couple of days. There are some wild creatures, but overall no danger. Everyone returned unsuccessful, claiming this reward was a trick. The tavern owner thought for a moment before continuing. All these events could be overheard by merely sitting in the tavern for a while. The tavern owner was merely repeating what she had heard to Feng Hao. "All right, thanks for the story. If I manage to find the location and receive the reward, I'll share a portion with you." "Haha, well, thanks, young man." The tavern owner laughed heartily, unable to take Fang Hao's words seriously. As for the tavern's reward, there was no way to double-check its authenticity. It wouldn't be surprising if someone created a fake high bounty reward to fool those who made a living off of it. After the claims of several teams, the tavern owner was quite confident this reward was fake. She dismissed Fang Hao's pledge. "Alright then, I won't bother you anymore." She finished the beer in her glass, stood up, and bid farewell to a few people. Goodbye. After leaving Prool City, the pair hopped onto the giant lizard and began heading back to their territory. Thanks to the lizard's non-stop galloping, they returned to their realm around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Hearing noises, Aira, along with 2 maids, came out to meet them. "Master, Angia, you're back. Are you hungry? Should we prepare some lunch?" At this time, Aira and the others had already had lunch. And Fang Hao and Angia had eaten some food and drunk a couple of beers at the tavern. They drank plenty of wind on the road, so not only were they not hungry, but they were also continuously belching. Aira, ask among the maids if anyone can do math, or has any experience as a merchant. Oh, Aira nodded and went to ask the maids. Fang Hao headed straight to the bathroom, washed his head, and came out. A white fox maid was standing outside the door, waiting. "What's up?" Fang Hao looked at the fox maiden. "Master, Sister Aira asked me to find you." The fox maiden said softly. "Sit down," Fang Hao said. The fox maiden didn't sit down, but carefully stood to one side. Fang Hao continued to ask, "What's your name? Can you do accounts?" "Master, you can call me Little White. I can keep accounts. I used to be in charge of selling fur in the Foxman village." The white fox spoke with her head down. Fang Hao replied and started checking Little White's attributes. Little White, Level 2. Faction. Orc. Racial traits. Living creatures. Evasion. Alert. Skills. Trader. Innate ability. Beginner's business proficiency. Living creatures. This unit can be healed, is affected by morale, emotions, etc., and is immune to the bone manipulation technique and similar abilities. Evasion. When running, long-range evasion increases by 20%. Trader. Familiar with the merchandise trade, profits from business increase by 5%. Description. The foxmen of the past relied on their intelligence and cunning, wandering between tribes, pushing carts, selling strange and useless junk. Fang Hao then checked other fox women's properties, but only Little White possessed trader skills. Now, the territory was short on manpower and undead heroes could not be arranged in human cities. So it was only possible for the fox woman to run the bot shop. "I bought a shop in Prool City, a human city. I'll put you in charge of it when the time comes." Given the current situation, choosing someone to manage the shop is not an easy task. The undead cannot be arranged to work in human cities, and most of the maids can't even count. When the money is too little it's manageable, but when the amount increases, it becomes hard to handle. It's fortunate for Fang Hao that White Fox possesses the attributes of a merchant and has once been responsible for selling goods in the village. This should be sufficient for running the shop temporarily. "Master, what kind of shop is it?" White Fox whispered. "A restaurant." Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, White Fox's face turned pale instantly. "Master, my cooking is mediocre. I fear it might harm you." "You don't need to cook. Just manage the shop and keep the accounts in order." "Oh, okay, Master, I will do my best." "That's good, you can get busy now. When you're free, I'll show you around the shop," said Fang Hao. "Yes, Master," White Fox replied before leaving the room. Fang Hao also stepped out of the city lord mansion and was immediately greeted by Dujin. Normally, Dujin is a skeleton merchant and seldom leaves his post unless something special happens. "Greetings, Lord, good afternoon." Dujin hastily walked up, tidied his clothes, and gave a slight bow. "Good afternoon, Dujin." "Lord, we have received an order that needs your approval." Dujin took out a trade alliance order from his pocket and presented it to Fang Hao. Order, requirements: black gunpowder 50,000 units. Exchange deal: 5,000 warfire coins, white steel firegun, and plus 10 influence with dwarfs. 50,000 units of black gunpowder. What are the dwarfs planning? Blowing up a mountain or going to war? They can produce black gunpowder themselves, but still need to make such a large purchase from outside. There must be significant matters happening among the dwarves. The money offered doesn't seem much, but the reward includes a white steel firegun, which is rather appealing. All right, let's go to your place, said Fang Hao. The two went to the Trade Alliance building. Fang Hao directly signed his name on the order. Having accepted the order, Fang Hao once again headed to the warehouse. He opened the making page in the Book of Lords. Black gunpowder, saltpeter 2, sulfur 2, wood 1. Each 100 units of black gunpowder requires one wooden barrel. There is quite a large stock of saltpeter and sulfur in the warehouse. Besides the ones sold in the channel, the remaining stocks were mostly obtained from mining ores and have been accumulated unknowingly. Make 500 units, 50 barrels. Confirm production. After the glow, 50 barrels filled with black gunpowder appeared in front of Fang Hao. Fang Hao immediately checked around the warehouse, making sure no open fires were present. Otherwise, his territory might be blown to heavens. There isn't really any place with open fire inside his domain. The lighting was provided by nightstone lamps. Cooking stoves were in the residential area, not here. Fang Hao handed over the order to the waiting skeleton merchant. He said, "Tell the dwarfs when you see them, if they need anything in the future, they can directly order from us." After finishing his sentence, he felt that something was off, so he corrected himself. "I mean, we can provide items of stable quality, but the items received in trade should ideally be blueprints." "I understand, sir. Anything else you want to mention?" The skeleton merchant stood waiting. Fang Hao was keen on trading with the dwarfs, but he didn't have many blueprints that the dwarfs needed. This had become the obstacle. Nothing else. "All right, I will go to deliver the goods now, sir," the skeleton merchant said, then disappeared with the barrels filled with gunpowder. After sending off the skeleton merchant, Fang Hao continued with his next plan. Fang Hao asked the maid to call the Bloodhunter over. Soon, Bloodhunter, with its giant wings spread, landed in front of Fang Hao. "Sir, Fang Hao handed him the map from the Book of Lords. "There's a mountain range here. I need you to explore it." The place where Fang Hao was pointing was the location given by the innkeeper lady. However, Fang Hao had never explored this area before, and it was still covered in mist. He was not interested in the love story mentioned by the lady, but the idea of a tomb seemed quite tempting. "What do you mean, Lord?" the Bloodhunter asked curiously. "The distance to that place is too far. Using God's presence would put a lot of strain on me." "You'll fly on the bone dragon and look for a tomb, or an entrance to a tomb." It was already approaching dusk when he decided to scout around the mountain range. It wasn't his intention to find the tomb the same day, but rather to get a feel for the place first. The view from the sky was good. He could take in the entire mountain range at a glance. And it was definitely easier to spot any odd structures from above than from within the dense foliage. It also helped him prepare mentally. "Lord, when should we leave?" "Now, I'll activate God's presence." Fang Hao returned to his room, and outside, the eyes of a skeleton warrior suddenly lit up with a gloomy blue soul fire. At the front of the Lord's mansion, a bone dragon lowered its body, waiting for Fang Hao to come out. Stepping on the ribs of the bone dragon, Fang Hao directly climbed aboard and settled into position at the rear. The bone dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading toward the mountain range. If ranked by speed from all potential mounts available within his territory, the bone dragon would come first, followed by the giant lizard, with the third and fourth places taken by the skeleton wolves and skeleton horses. The ordinary skeleton infantry came up last. When it came to visiting human cities, he utilized the giant lizard as the undead species could not appear before humans. If there were no concerns, the bone dragon was faster and steadier. The bone dragon broke through the clouds, and the wind whistled in their ears. He wished he had not washed his hair first. He wondered if riding the bone dragon would blow his hair to a mess. After flying for approximately half an hour, they were close to the target mountain range. Dropping below the clouds, they could get a clearer view of the entire mountain range. The landlady had described it as a range of mountains, but there were only 3 peaks. It would only feel like a range if one were to trek on foot into the mountains. To Feng Hao, this place seemed more like hilly terrain, with lofty elevation and steep slopes. However, when compared to the location of the Tomb of the Dragon, it was still lacking. The mountain peaks soared high, occasionally adorned with a sparse tree or two. This should be the place, let's fly lower. And see if there's anything unusual or any entrances to a tomb, said Feng Hao. All right. Bloodhunter gently tapped on the neck of the bone dragon, asking it to fly lower and start circling around the mountain. Circle after circle, yet they found nothing suspicious. Feng Hao's eyebrows furrowed gradually. No wonder the landlady mentioned so many people had come looking for clues. But all had returned empty-handed. Could this bounty have been a prank by bored mercenaries? How much food did they have to eat to think of such a prank? Dusk fell and the sunset cast a soft glow on the lone peak. Night approached, but they found nothing. Let's go back. Finding nothing, they had no choice but to retreat for now. Bloodhunter nodded and commanded the bone dragon to begin their return journey. Lord, even if a powerful warrior's tomb was built here, it would be within the mountain, not easily found. Bloodhunter suddenly spoke during their journey back. His words prompted Feng Hao to rethink. Indeed, whether it be the ancient tomb Dong Jiayue mentioned, which appeared due to a mountain collapse, or Little Yu's underground tomb, it would be difficult to find these places unless there was an accident. Who would build the entrance of a tomb easily discoverable, as if it were a person's front door? What was he thinking? In the mountains, Feng Hao began to contemplate new strategies. With a sudden slap to his thigh, he realized he did have a way to explore within the mountain. After giving Bloodhunter a brief instruction, he immediately deactivated his god's presence. The moment he stepped out of his room, he noticed a long-handle fire gun laid out on the table in the hall. The wooden handle, adorned with a floral pattern, glistened against the length of the gun. White steel firearm, green, category, firearm, damage, level 4 damage. Description: a ranged weapon developed by dwarves to compensate for their lack of long-range offensive capabilities. Amazing. Seeing the attributes, Feng Hao exclaimed in awe. The green-level weapon had already achieved level 4 damage. The orange light feather dagger and the purple swords of absolution only had level 3 damage. Reaching level 4, it was already the most damaging weapon in his territory. It's a pity there was only one, if it could be mass-produced. The combat power of the shooters could be doubled. After playing with it in his room for a while, Era had prepared dinner. The three of them slowly sat down and began their meal. Night fell, a gentle breeze stirred. The nightstones in the territory began to emit a soft glow, casting a faint halo over the land. Having finished his dinner, Feng Hao stepped out of the Lord's mansion once more. He stretched his body and headed straight to a building. Ironclaw Rat Den. Type: Special Building. Can recruit Ironclaw Rat. Ironclaw Rat. 1 mist-cloaked crystal. Description: this building can be used to recruit Ironclaw Rats, whose sharp forelimbs can break open soil and rocks. Feng Hao had purchased this building from the Trade Alliance, but he had never recruited from here before. There was a good chance the graveyard was in the mountains this time. It was the turn of these little guys to contribute. Last time he killed the speckled toad in the pool, he obtained 5 mist-cloaked crystals, which met the recruitment conditions. Select 5. Recruit. 100-fold amplification triggered. Ironclaw Rat recruitment number 505. 505 fluffy Ironclaw Rats appeared out of thin air. They formed circles around Feng Hao and stared at him unblinkingly with their large eyes. The Ironclaw Rats had brown fur and a size comparable to that of a mature pangolin. They had sharp snouts, developed forelimbs, and 2 sharp claws. Ironclaw Rat, Camp, Fairy. Racial characteristics: living creature, keen scent, burrow, keen scent, underground, they can determine direction or find food buried in the soil relying on their sense of smell. Burrow, can easily break open rocks and soil. Description: the flower fairies have found a way to cultivate plants. They trained Ironclaw Rats to break through hard ground, allowing plants to grow better. Rustle, rustle, rustle. While Feng Hao was checking the properties of the Ironclaw Rats, a rustling sound came from a nearby place. Under the soft light, An iron claw rat's sharp forelimb had broken open the newly laid stone slab, and it was digging down vigorously. A large amount of dirt had already piled up into a small mound behind the rat. This kind of action spread like an infection. One by one, the iron claw rats began to act. They extended their claws to the stone slab below and started to dig. "Stop, stop digging the ground," Fang Hao exclaimed. All the iron claw rats instantly stopped their actions and craned their necks, continuing to stare at Fang Hao with wide eyes. Each of them looked like people gathered around to watch a village brawl. It felt like a spectacle. Fang Hao was dumbfounded at this moment. Holy cow, these little guys won't rip up his territory overnight, will they? Master, what's this? So cute. Era walked over from a distance, picked up an iron claw rat, and rubbed it against her face. Fang Hao was about to warn her about the dangerous claws, but he found that while the sharp claws could easily break through the ground, they didn't hurt people. The iron claw rats were also docile and allowed Era to rub them. Rustle, 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 stop, Fang Hao once again shouted in the direction of the sound. Ignoring the rats on the ground, they once again stared at him with wide eyes. Rustle, 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 don't dig. Fang Hao turned in another direction. Era, go fetch Bloodhunter, Fang Hao, eyeing the surrounding iron claw rats, told Era. Oh, Era responded, putting down the iron claw rat in her arms, and hurried off towards Bloodhunter's residence. Soon, Bloodhunter arrived to find Fang Hao and a group of iron claw rats staring at each other. Sir, what is happening here? Bloodhunter curiously asked. On this late night, why was the Lord not sleeping but staring at these small creatures? Bloodhunter, you might have to work a little harder tonight. Fang Hao explained his plans to recruit iron claw rats. He continued, these little guys are too energetic, they could dig up the whole site in one night. So you should take them to the mountains we just visited to dig there, and see if there really is a grave inside. Although Fang Hao had built separate houses for Fireblade and Bloodhunter. However, undead don't require rest, they usually spend their time hunting and patrolling with their troops. All right, sir, rest assuredly, I will take care of them, Bloodhunter affirmed. Fang Hao continues to instruct the maids to bring tubs. Then he said to these little guys, all right, 5 of you go into each tub, get moving. The iron claw rats understood the order, but didn't quite grasp the number 5. Some tubs were empty, while others were packed full. Fang Hao and his team had to pick each one out and divide them into each tub. Once all the iron claw rats were in the tubs, and an adequate amount of skeleton trolls were called over, they sat on the bone dragon's back, each carrying a tub in their hands. The moment the bone dragon flew away, Fang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. His territory was safe for the time being. Actually, the iron claw rats were not a threat per se. As can be seen from the introduction, the iron claw rats could assist in planting crops, but they needed to be watched over and directed. If left unattended, the consequences could be severe. For now, let these iron claw rats start digging in the mountain. Later, Fang Hao can send them to Zhang Bin's location, so the farmers from the village can raise them and they can help loosen and break up the soil. A pretty decent idea. Alright, with these little special beings all handled, Fang Hao could finally sleep in peace. He returned to his room, took a quick glance at the regional channel, then fell soundly into sleep. The next morning, after a simple washing, Fang Hao walked out of his room. The same daily routine of morning runs, push-ups, all to further strengthen his physique. Why can't one drink the Strength Enlightenment Potion after drinking the Magic Enlightenment Potion? Aren't we all aiming for all-rounded development? Why can't I have it? While running, Fang Hao grumbled about not being allowed to drink the strength-enhancing potion. Harboring deep resentment, my lord, dressed in his custom-made clothes, Soy called out to him. What happened, Soy? Wiping his sweat, Fang Hao asked. My lord, there is a huge problem I found with the design you gave me. I want to discuss it with you before beginning the production, Soy explained. Oh, okay, what's the problem? The two sat down, and Fang Hao curiously asked. Soy pulled out the draft with the design and said, my lord, the stockings you mentioned, I see no use in them. Using holy snow silk, such a good material, to make something to only keep feet insulated. And it won't even provide proper protection or warmth. I believe it's an immature design. Since this was a design proposed by Feng Hao, Soy allowed some leeway. She only deemed it as an immature design and not a failed one. No, Soy, you should not focus on its protective quality or how warm it keeps you, but its beauty and charm enhancement, just like a crown of a king. Do you think it has any purpose apart from treating headaches? None. The same goes for stockings, Feng Hao said. Who would use stockings as a defense? They must be easy enough to tear open by hand when necessary. But if produced successfully, it could definitely capture the market within the Lord's channel. If possible, Feng Hao is even considering entering the market of domestic nobility, since nobles who always seek novelty would more readily accept these new things. Sir, how can a pair of socks be compared to a crown? The two sat on the bench, discussing the issue of silk stockings for a long time. Soy believes that silk stockings are useless, and using the finest silk in the territory for them is a waste. Ordinary wool can offer enough warmth. Feng Hao, however, does not agree with this. Even though holy snow silk is rare, it currently serves no other purpose. Moreover, they can also purchase holy snow silk from Tavik, the cloth merchant. So there's no need to be frugal to an extreme extent. The two debated for a long time before Soy finally agreed to make 2 sets first to see if there is a market for it. If there is, they will continue production, and if not, they will stop it early. Feng Hao agreed with this conclusion. The stockings have a market, but to penetrate the market of this world's nobility, an opportunity and effective advertising are needed. Having persuaded Soy, Feng Hao went back to the Lord's mansion. Just after breakfast, the bloodhunter flew down from the sky on a bone dragon. My lord, well, how is it? Feng Hao asked. Last night, the bloodhunter led 505 iron-claw rats to the mountains to search for ancient tombs. His return this morning probably meant he had news. My lord, we have located the tomb passage, the bloodhunter quickly said. Upon hearing this, Feng Hao was delighted and quickly asked, can you confirm what treasures are in there? My lord, I had the iron-claw rats widen the entrance area, but haven't yet explored it. Oh, Feng Hao was truly a bit too anxious. Considering the size of the mountain, being able to find the tomb was already quite lucky. Good, tally up the forces and prepare to set off, Feng Hao promptly commanded. Yes, my lord, based on past experiences in Dong Jia Yu's exploration of an ancient tomb. Such tombs would likely be filled with lots of monsters. To be prepared, it's better to take sufficient manpower. If they faced any creatures, they could just try to overwhelm them with their superior numbers. Returning to his room, he entered a state of God's presence. The bloodhunter also prepared an ample number of troops, and the army began heading toward the mountain. This time the expedition was led by Feng Hao and the bloodhunter, with Angia staying behind to guard the territory. A hero must be left in the territory, and since the bloodhunter was more familiar with the mountain, Angia was the one left behind. When leaving, Feng Hao ordered Angia not to leave the room no matter what, even if just to sleep in or play, and take care of the territory. Angia patted his chest, assuring him that he would handle things responsibly. The army advanced in a southwest direction, cutting through the forest and rivers along the way. Despite this, it still took them 3 to 4 hours before they could barely make out the rough mountains. Many skeleton trolls were patrolling, surrounding the entire mountainous area. There wasn't a single human daring enough to approach and search for the ancient tomb that was mentioned in the bounty anymore. The bloodhunter led the way, reaching midway up the mountain. At this point, a large hole with a diameter of 1 meter had been dug, slanting downwards. Looking down the hole, it felt as if you were gazing into an abyss that was dark and profound. Ah tilde tilde, ah tilde tilde. Feng Hao called out once, and his voice was returned by echoes, indicating that there was indeed a massive, empty space below. Glowstones, rope ladder, Feng Hao said. The skeletons behind him brought out the prepared glowstones. They dropped the rope ladder straight down the hole, and after a few seconds, they heard a thud, the sound of the ladder hitting the ground. After confirming that there were no problems, Fang Hao proceeded to descend down the rope ladder with the skeleton warriors. They landed. Under the soft glow of the light, Fang Hao could finally make out the area under his feet. The cavity in the mountain was as large as a football field, with uneven walls that were marked with special patterns. The patterns were no longer complete, but you could vaguely make out the sun, an army with religious characteristics, and the depiction of the extermination of a creature with large bat wings. This was different from the typical mural in ancient tombs, which often depicted the life story of the tomb owner. Could this not be an ancient tomb but a relic instead? My lord, it seems we are quite lucky. We have directly entered the tomb, the blood hunter said from a distance. Fang Hao circled the area with a glowstone in hand. Apart from the dark corridor leading deeper into the tomb, behind them was a giant bronze door. The bronze door was carved with complex patterns. In the middle was a keyhole that was almost blocked by rust. From the direction of the bronze door, it was clear that the hole they dug had bypassed this door and led straight into the interior. Otherwise, they would still need the key to the bronze door, which would be a hassle. Alright, let's continue. This place isn't very comfortable, Fang Hao said. The team began to assemble, making their way inward along the narrow corridor. The deeper they went into the mountain, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Every few meters along both sides of the mountain walls, there were lampstands. No one knew how long they had been extinguished, or if they could be relit. Fang Hao made no command to start a fire. He remembered from watching TV shows and reading novels that there might be gases inside that would explode upon contact with open flames. He did not know, nor did he remember. In any case, the nightstone was still usable now. There was no need to tempt fate. Upon passing through the corridor, the path abruptly widened. Just as they stepped out, Fang Hao stopped abruptly. This was an open space about 5 to 6 meters wide with a height of over 10 meters. The two stone walls were carved into stone beds, stacked on top of each other like bunk beds, stretching all the way to the top of the room. Each stone bed was occupied by a body, wrapped in burial cloth. Some of the cloth on the bodies had decomposed, leaving only some ragged pieces and dark traces on them. If Fang Hao had skin, it would surely be tingling at this moment. Lord, it seems this really is an ancient tomb. Yes, and it's a mass burial site, Fang Hao said in a low voice. Fang Hao turned to the skeleton warrior beside him and said, "Go take a look inside." The skeleton warrior received the order and started moving, wielding its weapons. As it gradually advanced inside, a creaking sound could be heard from the stone beds on both sides. Looking up, the bodies on the stone beds began to sit up one after another, tearing off the wrappings around them and picking up the weapons by their sides. Even though he had already anticipated that these fellows would rise, he still gasped in surprise when the bodies truly began to sit up. Prepare for battle, Fang Hao immediately issued the command. The skeleton warrior who had gone in to scout returned to the group, and the team readied themselves for combat. Corpse Ghost, Tier 4, boom, boom, boom. One after another, corpse ghosts leapt down from the stone beds. The corpse ghosts living on the upper levels fell and broke their leg bones, falling haphazardly. Regardless, they were crawling towards Fang Hao to initiate an attack. Attack! Fang Hao gave the command, and both groups clashed instantly. The corpse ghosts were of Tier 4, but had no defense. Their bodies adorned with pieces of cloth painted with various symbols. Skeleton warriors under Fang Hao, albeit only Tier 2, had high-quality equipment, knight's sword, falcon shield, and all-round total body armor. This significantly enhanced the strength of the team. In the battle, the Bloodhunter also exhibited extraordinary combat capabilities. It glowed with a crimson light, wielding a knight's sword in hand, killing a great number of corpse ghosts. And the slain corpse ghost instantly turned into a pile of mud. Not one bone was left behind. Boom! When the last corpse ghost was wiped out, the chamber fell silent once again. However, the danger was not over. At the central location directly ahead of the team, a stone bed was placed. On it lay a corpse whose muscles looked dried up. The corpse was wearing a set of golden metal armor, and beside the stone bed lay a metal two-handed heavy sword. The corpse just lay there on the stone bed, undisturbed by the intense fight that just happened. Is this one actually dead? Many of the stone beds on both sides were indeed filled with the dead, bodies that never woke up. While the one before them looked fierce, it might really be dead. Just when Fang Hao was puzzled over this matter. Creak, creak, creak. The dried corpse on the stone bed slowly started to sit up. A faint blue light ignited in its hollow eyes. Damn liars, they all deserve to die. A hoarse, grating voice emerged from the dry corpse's mouth. Then, those blue eyes of fire looked over to the undead team not far away. You all deserve to die, the dry corpse cursed, as it picked up the giant sword from the stone bed. Stone Mound Leader, Tier 10, what a stroke of luck, it's a boss fight. Fang Hao looked at the Stone Mound Leader dragging the giant sword, gradually advancing towards them. He said, how about sitting down and discussing this? You seem like a cultured person, why don't we resolve this peacefully? The Stone Mound Leader advanced step by step, dragging the huge sword in his hand. He was moving closer little by little in the dimly lit tomb passage. The iron sword scraped the ground, emitting a harsh friction sound. Fang Hao saw that he was a hero, fearing that if he killed him there would be no corpse left. So he tried to communicate. They were all undead, perhaps he could offer safe conduct, it was also a way of victory without fighting. Clearly, the other party didn't think so, he appeared ready for a desperate fight. Since he didn't appreciate kindness, there was no need to hold any loyalty towards people like him. Take him down. Boom, 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 the bowstring trembled, and one arrow after another whistled out from the back row. Facing the dense shower of arrows, the Stone Mound Leader did not hide or evade. He let the arrows strike him. He paused briefly at his feet, then pushed forward despite the rain of arrows. Damn, he's tough, Fang Hao exclaimed. The archers had limited quantity, their arrows seemed to have little effect on the Stone Mound Leader. The wounds left by the arrows appeared like shots to dried meat, not a drop of blood seeped out. As the Stone Mound Leader approached, the close combat troops began to attack. Skeleton warriors, holding black iron shields, surrounded the Stone Mound Leader, using shield strikes in turns to try to daze him. Whoosh! Then, a dark red glow sparked on the great sword of the Stone Mound Leader. He put all his strength into a sweeping strike. Creak, creak, the solid shields broke instantly, and the skeleton warriors in front were instantly cut in half. He's so fierce, Fang Hao thought, startled. Bloodhunter, take him down. Yes, my lord. The Bloodhunter spread his huge wings and jumped straight onto the roof, then dived directly at the Stone Mound Leader. The Stone Mound Leader's blue eyes suddenly looked up at the sky at the Bloodhunter, letting out a resounding roar. Frauds, you damn bats. He thrust his heavy sword upwards, aiming right at the Bloodhunter. The Bloodhunter retracted his wings, flipped his body to dodge the attack, and thrust his longsword directly at the Stone Mound Leader's skull. Unable to stop his sword swing, the Stone Mound Leader lowered his head. Clang! The Bloodhunter's longsword hit the iron helmet, ringing a loud noise. Hatred was all over the Stone Mound Leader's eyes. He swung his heavy sword again forcefully, creating a whistling wind. Stones on both sides shattered under the force, debris scattering all over. The Bloodhunter's body was light, his bat wings granted him high mobility. He flew about like he was on a wire, leaving deep bone exposing scars on the Stone Mound Leader. After all, there was a significant gap in their levels of power. The Bloodhunter was a blue hero. His overall attributes were much higher than the Stone Mound Leader. But it was also clear that the Stone Mound Leader had a very solid foundation. Although he was not a hero, he was still able to hold his own against the Bloodhunter till now. Boom! At that moment, a skeleton warrior managed to daze the Stone Mound Leader with his shield strike. Oh, the troops took the opportunity to attack vigorously. Just a second before he regained consciousness, the Bloodhunter swung his longsword, decapitating the Stone Mound Leader. As the Stone Mound Leader's head fell, his entire body broke down in an instant, scattering like sand. Ah, what a waste, Fang Hao sighed. He just wanted to have a good chat, but it ended up at this stage, not even leaving a corpse behind. Search, see if there is anything good in this area, Fang Hao ordered. All the skeletons scattered instantly. Even the corpse ghosts lying on the stone beds were brutally dragged down to search for valuables. Soon, various spoils of war were collected. Besides a few rusty weapons and several grimy human gold coins, they also found a key, 142 death traces, and 75 shadowstones. These shadowstones were spread out on the stony bed. Collecting them took some effort. "My lord, we found a treasure chest here." Behind the stone bed where the stone mound leader had been lying, they found a silver treasure chest. Feng Hao walked over and decided to open it directly. Acquired. Scroll of heroic strike skill, blueprint for the white steel two-handed sword. Courage medal, 12 bloodstones, 44 warfire coins. The quality of this silver chest was quite high. Not only did it contain a blueprint, but also a skill scroll. Heroic strike, active, category, warrior skill, level 3 martial skill. Effect, 40% chance to break armor and inflict damage. Description, a powerful warrior, breaking through all obstacles with a single swipe, decapitating the enemy. Darn it, a warrior skill, isn't this just pointless for me? He threw the skill scroll into his backpack and continued checking the next weapon blueprint. White steel two-handed giant sword, blue, 2 iron blocks, 2 white steel ingots, 1 hard resilient wood, 1 thick leather. A blueprint for a blue two-handed giant sword. The materials listed were missing the white steel ingot. And there were no undead soldiers proficient in using a two-handed giant sword. As for Zhang Bin's great sword infantry, they were not as useful as any undead. Living creatures have more things to consider. If any aspect is not taken care of, morale decreases and battlefield desertions may occur. Undead don't need to consider so many things. Simply charge in and attack. Courage medal, category, medal, effect. Slightly enhances the carrier's strength and inspires troops, increasing morale by 2%. Description, like faith, let courage be unwavering. Medal of courage, both the medal's name and description. It all doesn't seem very fitting for the undead. Since when did the undead start singing praises of courage? Right, to become undead does indeed require great courage. Feng Hao hasn't prepared himself yet to overcome this inner conflict. Otherwise, I too would become undying. The remaining rewards are bloodstones and warfire coins, which Feng Hao has obtained long ago, and thus didn't look at them closely. But from the rewards of these bloodstones, it can be inferred that this indeed has something to do with vampires. Gathering all the loot, he arrived at the far end of the space. Here was another door, a bronze gate engraved with intricate designs. Feng Hao took out the key dropped by the leader of the stone mound and inserted it directly into the keyhole. With a hard twist and a click, the lock opened. It really was the key to this door. Push. The skeletons behind him moved forward and started to push the huge bronze door open together. With a sharp noise, the bronze gate slowly opened. Behind the bronze door was a wide space, and at a glance, one could see the enormous bronze door of the next room. On both sides were densely laid stone beds for the corpse ghosts. But at the end of the room, it wasn't a huge stone bed, but 4 giant bronze coffins leaning against the wall. The bronze coffins were old and stained, and the engravings on top had rusted away, obscuring their full shapes. But Feng Hao was certain that the enemy would be inside these coffins. Once someone gets close, they would awaken from the coffins and start fighting. Everyone was standing outside the door, and Feng Hao began to think. Should I go back and bring a couple of barrels of gunpowder to blast them away all at once? No way. If the cave collapses, all our efforts would be wasted. Even if the Iron Claw rats worked themselves to death, they wouldn't be able to clear such a large space. We have to fight head-on. All archers, get into steady aim mode, Feng Hao ordered immediately. Steady aim is an archer skill. When in steady aim mode, attack power increases by 20%, and accuracy. After all the archers were in position, Feng Hao tugged at a nearby skeleton warrior. Go, take a walk around inside, with the skeleton warriors stepping into the next area. The corpse ghosts on the stone beds began to sit up one after another. Pitter-patter, like dumplings dropped into boiling water. They jumped down from the stone beds in search of the culprit who disturbed their rest. Fire. Feng Hao immediately ordered to fire, and arrows like a rainstorm poured into the room ahead. They hit the freshly landed targets. Even though this attack was effective, the number of corpse ghosts was significant. And they began to launch a crazy counter-assault. Skeleton spearhands, move forward, raise your shields. Feng Hao commanded loudly. The skeleton spearhands in the rear moved forward. The kite shields in their hands were raised before them, forming a solid wall. Long spears protruded from the gaps between the shields, pointing at the incoming enemies. The second line was made up of skeleton warriors, with their knight swords firmly gripped in their hands, waiting for the ensuing battle. This time, Feng Hao did not bring any skeleton mages. Apart from the slow speed of the skeleton mages, he did not expect to encounter such a large number of enemies. Bang bang bang, the fearless corpse ghosts crashed into the shields, pierced by the long spears. Like dry cured meat, not a single drop of blood was spilled. The corpse ghosts roared in rage, swinging their weapons, hitting the shield wall again and again. The skeletons behind, stepping over the bodies of their fallen companions, broke through the shield wall. They began to fight with the skeleton warriors in the rear. Neither side felt pain, nor feared death. The undead, it's so damn scary. The battle between the undead lasted almost an hour. When the Bloodhunter's longsword shattered the last corpse ghost, the battle finally came to a pause. The skeleton warriors on Feng Hao's side also suffered heavy losses. Feng Hao glanced at the 4 unopened copper coffins in the distance and said to Bloodhunter, "You take our men back to a safe area first, I'll go back and bring Angia and the others here." The Bloodhunter's combat style was marked by extremely high mobility. In this narrow tomb, his combat power was greatly diminished. Despite not struggling against the stone mound leader, he was delayed for a considerable amount of time before killing the enemy. The presence of 4 copper coffins ahead foreshadowed the possible appearance of 1 or 2 heroic enemies, which would be difficult to deal with. Although Feng Hao wasn't worried in his god's present state, Bloodhunter had already changed from a vampire to a skeleton and could indeed die if killed again. It would be safer to bring Angia and Fireblade along. "Okay, sir." Bloodhunter, without showing any dissatisfaction, begins to command the remaining troops to pull back to the previous area. Meanwhile, Feng Hao exits his god's present state and wakes up on the bed in his room. He takes a sip of fruit wine placed beside his bed, and leaves the room. Downstairs in the main hall, Era was conducting culinary training with several maids. The maids listened attentively, their big eyes round with interest. "Master." The maids hurriedly greeted him. Feng Hao nodded, asking, "Where is Angia?" "She is in the backyard. Shall I call her?" Era answered. "No need, I'll go find her myself. You all just continue your work." "All right, sir." Exiting from the back door of the Lord's house, here was a courtyard. The courtyard was not a part of the mansion, but a beautiful little garden filled with flowers blooming around the rejuvenation spring, maintained by the maids and carrying a scent of floral fragrance. Although birds did not dare to approach here, a lot of butterflies were still seen flying in the courtyard. Stepping into the courtyard, he saw Angia practicing boxing with a sandbag on a lawn not far away. Sweat trickled down her neck, revealing her fit body that had a unique beauty to it. When Angia saw Feng Hao, she put her punching to a halt. "Have you finished over there?" "No, I ran into a bit of trouble and need you to come with me," answered Feng Hao. "Let's go then." Angia, wiping off her sweat, agreed readily. All right. Angia returned to her room for a quick gathering, then waited outside. Feng Hao went back to his room to re-enter the god's present state. The two of them mounted a bone dragon and flew towards the city where Fireblade was. After much detour, they returned to the location of the ancient tomb in the mountains. The 3 of them followed through the excavated tomb passage, meeting up with the Bloodhunters. New skeleton soldiers had been replenished in the tomb passage, replacing the fallen ones. "It's those 4 copper coffins up ahead. We're not sure what kind of enemy is inside, so we need to be cautious." Feng Hao briefed Angia and Fireblade. With 3 heroes now, Feng Hao was quite confident. Even if there were 4 enemy heroes inside, he still had a large number of undead soldiers, enough to overwhelm them. "Yes, my lord," Fireblade responded. Angia, on the other hand, folded her arms and didn't say much. Next, after Feng Hao had arranged the battle formations, he let a skeleton approach the copper coffins. The closer the skeleton got, a series of thump-thump, knocking sounds rang from the copper coffin, as if someone inside was hammering against the sealed coffin lid. "Prepare for battle," Feng Hao ordered. All the skeleton archers entered a steady shooting stance, aiming their arrows at the trembling copper coffins. The skeleton archers were arranged by Feng Hao on both the open ground in the middle and the stone beds reaching the ceiling on either side, each filled with numerous archers. The plan was to make sure that as soon as the bodies inside the coffins showed themselves, they would be greeted with a special welcome. The trembling of the copper coffins grew more intense. Bang! With 4 loud bangs, the coffins were pried open, revealing the vicious monsters inside. Dusk Banqueters, level 10. They still retained a human-like form, their blazing red eyes emitting a bloodthirsty glow, and their twisted lips revealing sharp fangs. They were dressed in exquisitely embroidered gowns, which had become tattered and weathered over the endless ages. These were 4 real Blood Clan soldiers, not the undead they encountered outside. Feng Hao let out a sigh of relief. They were merely 4 level 10 soldiers, not hero units. The Dusk Banqueters let out an unseemly howl from their dry throats. While they were still adjusting their bodies, Feng Hao gave the order. Fire! Swoosh! Swarms of arrows, with a whistle in their flight, headed straight for the 4 targets. Bang bang! The 4 figures that had just stepped out of the coffins were instantly shot back into them, their bodies riddled with arrows. Reload, free fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hail of arrows fell like rain, continuously striking the bodies of the 4 targets, until the arrows covered the coffins completely, making it impossible to see or hit the bodies buried underneath. "They're not dead, are they?" Angia asked from the side. Clattering. As soon as Angia finished speaking, the 4 bodies within the mound of arrows shakily stood up again. Fire! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No sooner had they risen than they were shot back down into the pile of arrows. Feng Hao again signaled to stop firing and watched the targets from afar. Clattering. Fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It wasn't until the arrow supply was running low that Feng Hao turned to the 3 heroes at his side. "Try not to cause too much damage. We need the bodies intact," Feng Hao instructed. "Okay." The 3 heroes moved swiftly, charging toward the 4 figures struggling to get up. With the addition of the 3 heroes, the pace of the battle was quickening. The Bloodhunter, leading the charge with outstretched bat wings, pierced through an enemy's body with a longsword before they could emerge from the pile of arrows. Fireblade and Angia followed closely behind, with Fireblade's flaming longsword and Angia's tiger's claw. They killed the enemies filled with arrows. The whole battle was not as tough as Feng Hao had imagined. It was even much easier than facing a group of corpse ghosts. There was no loss of personnel. 4 bodies were pulled out from the pile of arrow shafts. This time, unlike the corpse ghosts, they did not disintegrate into ashes but were completely preserved. "Clear the battlefield and collect all the arrows," Feng Hao commanded loudly. The skeleton warriors began working, collecting the arrows. The arrows embedded in the bodies of the 4 Blood Clan members were also removed, leaving dense wounds and dark, viscous red blood seeping out. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Soon, the spoils of war on the battlefield were collected. Weapons used by corpse ghosts, human gold coins, keys, 102 death traces, 3 bloodstones, and 85 shadowstones. This was quite a decent harvest. With these shadowstones, he could upgrade the buildings of the undead faction when he went back. A golden treasure chest was then discovered and brought to Feng Hao. He opened the treasure chest. Obtain. Fortress Blueprint, Bronze Coffin Manufacturing Blueprint, Noble Cane Sword Manufacturing Blueprint, 12 Bloodstones, and 117 Warfire Coins. The harvest from the golden treasure chest was substantial. Building blueprints and production blueprints also appeared. Among them was a blueprint for a bronze coffin, which meant he was one step closer to conducting funerals. Viewing blueprint properties. Fortress, category. Building blueprint. Description. Fixed military facilities that can be built in key places of strategic passes and frontier cities for stationing troops and setting up checkpoints. Construction requirements: 3,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,500 stone bricks, 500 iron, 120 metal parts. The purpose of a fortress doesn't need much explanation. The city where Fireblade is stationed is currently serving the function of a fortress. It is garrisoned with a large number of troops, guarding against the Skullcrusher tribe in the northeast and also protecting the Bronze Bull's Manum market. If there is an attack, that will be the first battlefield. If Manum comes under attack, it can also provide rapid support, rather than having to rush from the main city. Therefore, the use of a fortress is very important. Even without any attacks, a fortress can also serve as a checkpoint to the main city, inspecting teams going to and from the main city, increasing internal security in the territory. This building blueprint can indeed be very practical. Bronze coffin for nurturing the dead, purple, 10 copper, 5 copper plates, 10 hard-resistant wood, 6 thick leather, 20 cotton, 10 fine cloths, 2 death traces. Description: a special coffin made by the Eternal Night clan to better preserve bodies under special circumstances and nourish its user's spiritual power. This isn't the first time Feng Hao has acquired a coffin for nurturing the dead. The one he obtained this time was a copper coffin, which also consumes a large amount of material. It can be used under special circumstances. Just as he thought, in the sunless cavity of this mountain, wooden coffins would have rotted away long ago. Noble cane sword, blue, 2 hard-resistant wood, 3 iron, 3 cast iron blocks. Description: be wary of the canes in the hands of hypocrites, or another hole might appear on your body. Not bad, it's a blue weapon, and it does not require much material. After storing the spoils of war, Feng Hao and the others continued on to the next bronze door. He turned the key and directly opened the door. As the door opened, the nightstones in everyone's hands began to dim gradually. This was a more spacious area. There was no stone bed from the previous area, nor any enemies and coffins. Above the space was a round copper mirror, tilted downwards. Carved around the mirror were patterns resembling sunlight. And on those patterns were 4 pieces of solar essence. The copper mirror was shining a beam of sunlight on a stone platform standing in the center of the space. Atop the stone platform was a shriveled, gray-white heart. Surrounding the space were walls covered in painted designs. There was no copper door leading to the next space. Presumably, this was the final space in the ancient tomb. Damn, what in the world is this now? Feng Hao cursed. The current scene was more bizarre than simply having 2 enemies standing in front of them. The sun shining on a heart? After so many years, the copper doors were covered in rust. Even air-dried meat should have turned to dust by now. What is that? Angia craned her neck, straining to see what was ahead. It looks like a heart. Feng Hao guessed. Who could be so cruel to dig out a person's heart and then leave it hanging like that? Feng Hao didn't respond to Angia. Instead he summoned another skeleton and said, "Walk around the room." Upon receiving the instruction, the skeleton warrior casually strolled around the room with its sword and shield, then returned to Feng Hao's side. Not a single movement occurred in the room, neither enemies nor traps made an appearance. Walk around 2 more times. The skeleton went in again, and made 2 more laps around the room. In the meantime, Feng Hao also had him tap on the walls, or move around some of the burial accessories. Everything was still quiet, not a single change had occurred. Could it be that there was no guardian assigned to this tomb? After several checks, with no changes discovered, Feng Hao finally gave more orders. Do not touch the heart, but take out all the other burial objects. All the skeleton soldiers outside the room entered and began removing the burial objects. Time had eroded the cloth and paintings, but some gold and silver articles were still well preserved. Feng Hao went to the side to examine the designs on the wall. The appearance of the bloodstone and the warriors from the Blood Clan confirmed a certain connection with vampires. However, the raised patterns drawn on the walls depicted human life and rituals, agriculture, weaving, as well as other everyday activities. It wasn't as if the Blood Clan didn't do these things, but in the overall design, a dazzling sun had been painted at the top. If this were a place occupied by the Blood Clan, why would they deliberately show daylight and the sun? This puzzled Feng Hao. Crack, just as Feng Hao was earnestly analyzing the contents of the raised drawings. A crisp sound came from above. Fearing a collapse, Feng Hao quickly looked in the direction of the sound. In the center, one skeleton was standing on the shoulders of another. A huge round copper mirror now in its hands, and it was striving to dig out the solar essence next to the mirror. Feng Hao's heart tightened. He immediately looked nervously at the heart on the stone platform in the center below. Thump, that shriveled heart twitched slightly. So did Feng Hao's. Quick, get out, Angia, get out first, Feng Hao shouted loudly. As a living creature, Angia, in certain situations, was easier to harm than the undead. Everyone hastily left the room. Meanwhile, outside the door, the bodies of the 4 twilight revelers who were already dead began to shake violently. Thick, syrup-like blood gushed from their wounds, flowing towards the heart in the chamber. The blood seemed to be drawn by some force, transforming into a river of blood, rushing towards the heart in the center. By the time Feng Hao noticed the anomaly, 4 bodies had already withered, shattered into a fine sand. When all the blood currents were swallowed by the heart, the original shriveled, gray heart also started to grow increasingly red, full, and robust. Thump, 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 the heart began to beat intensely, like a youthful heart, filled with strength. It's a bit scary. Angia peeped over again. It's okay. Feng Hao wanted to comfort Angia, only to find that his own voice was trembling slightly. Everyone stood at the doorway for a while, watching the heart beating ceaselessly, but showing no other changes. I'll go and check, seal up the door if anything strange happens, said Feng Hao. No chest was found in the whole room, but a powerful organ might bring him extra gains. As for why he had to go in himself, the reason was simple. He was in the state of God's presence, he could afford to die. And more importantly, he could see the information of the items. Whether the heart was peculiar or not could only be detected when he approached it. Several heroes nodded, and Feng Hao boldly approached the heart on the stone platform. As he got closer, Feng Hao also checked the information about the heart. Revival heart, category, organ, effect. Consumption of heart blood can transform you into a vampire. Description: that night, the cunning city lord hosted a grand ball, inviting all the noblemen and wealthy merchants in the city to taste his treasured wine. The red wine, faintly giving off a fishy smell, turned them into fanged creatures under the moonlight. Task: beating heart, accepted. Description: find the complete body, and there is a chance to recruit a dark gold level hero. Good heavens, dark gold level. Feng Hao nearly gasped in surprise. Wait, is dark gold higher or is orange higher? Aren't they both the same color? It seems that dark gold is a bit higher. He would have the chance to ask Nelson when he went back. After the excitement, Feng Hao began to analyze the task information. According to the task description, he needs to help this heart find the remaining body. That is to say, this dark gold level power was dismembered and buried in different places. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the dark gold level isn't too powerful after all. He was even dismembered. This mission was the second task that Feng Hao took outside of the system. The first one was Little Yu's unfinished business, requiring the collection of 12 swords of absolution. He has only collected 2 so far, and now there's another task to collect body parts. Each task is weirder than the last. Of course, these tasks have no time limit and don't seem to carry any penalties. If it doesn't work out, Feng Hao will go back and let Nelson seal the heart directly into the viscera jar to see if it triggers any special attributes. All clear, no danger, Feng Hao called out, continue to move things out. Also, take the heart back. All the skeletons came back in, continued to move the burial accessories out. The heart was directly thrown into a pottery jar for easy transportation. When Feng Hao crawled out of the cave, the sky was becoming increasingly dark. The sun has slowly sunk below the horizon. Exploring the ancient tomb actually took a whole day. Once everything was ready, Feng Hao ordered to start the journey back. Outside Pruel City, clop, clop, the rapid sound of horse hooves rang out. A mercenary entered the city just before the city gate was closed. Ignoring the guard's muttered warnings, he left his horse behind and headed straight for a room on the second floor of the inn. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he gently knocked on the door. "Who's there?" A low voice came from inside the room. "It's me, Lyle. Come in." The door opened, revealing 5 well-equipped, burly men sitting inside. These men weren't locals but mercenaries who had arrived here not long ago. The bounty for locating the ancient tomb at the tavern was issued by these people. "Any news?" A man with a large beard asked in a deep voice. They had been here for 3 days already, without getting any news at all. Neither they nor anyone else had any information about this ancient tomb. "Yes." Lyle picked up a pottery cup from the table and took a sip. All eyes instantly held their breaths, and everyone stared at Lyle, asking, "Who found it? Is the location reliable? Has that person been killed?" Lyle's task was to monitor whether anyone had discovered the entrance to the ancient tomb while out and about. If discovered, and the rumor confirmed, he would kill the person to prevent the information from leaking out. Of course, even if Lyle made a mistake and the discoverer came to claim the bounty, the approach would be the same. Leave no survivors. "It's pretty strange, you won't believe what I saw. An army of undead, at least tens of thousands of them." Lyle took another sip of water and continued. "They moved the funerary objects away, heading north." "Why would there be any undead here, Lyle? Are you trying to deceive us and keep everything for yourself?" Another man said in a deep voice. "Screw you, if I wanted to deceive you, would I still come back? Wouldn't it be better to take the stuff inside and run away?" Lyle retorted loudly. Although this man was just talking, deep down, he didn't believe Lyle would lie. But the idea of such a large force coexisting with the many human settlements here was hard to accept. "You said they moved the funerary objects?" An aged voice resonated from within the room. An old man clad in fancy clothes, leaning on a cane, walked out. The mercenaries nearby immediately gave up their seats for the old man to sit and converse. "Yes, Mr. Ifu, I saw the undead pushing carts loaded with many funerary goods." Lyle replied respectfully. The old man pulled out a key from around his neck, expressing confusion. "The key to the tomb is with me. How did they get in?" All eyes were on Lyle, waiting for him to provide a plausible answer. "I don't know, the number of undead was too large. To avoid being noticed, I only followed from a distance," Lyle replied. The old man nodded. Lyle had no reason to deceive him. Even if he wanted to trick him, he wouldn't make up something as unbelievable as an undead army. "Did you spot anything special among the funerary items?" Old Ifu asked again. "Something special? What do you mean?" "Like corpses?" All the mercenaries looked puzzled. Was Ifu hiring them to look for bodies in the ancient tomb? It was quite hard to understand. "Mr. Ifu, I didn't see any corpse. After all, the distance was quite far and they were all undead. Even if there were corpses, it would be difficult to notice." Lyle continued. Old Ifu nodded, paused for a moment, and said, "We'll go up the mountain tomorrow to take a look. If we still can't find what I'm looking for, we have to be prepared to deal with the undead." The mercenaries looked grave. They were used to walking a tightrope with death, but didn't have any aspirations for suicide. They weren't fans of dealing with tens of thousands of undead creatures. The bearded mercenary took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Ifu, you should tell us the secrets of this tomb now. You promised us eternal life and wealth." Gazing directly into old Ifu's eyes, "If you don't reveal what you know today, I'll opt out of this mission. You only need to pay me for the distance I've traveled." The Eternal Night Monarch, the mercenaries wore solemn faces. They had dealt with plenty of strange occurrences in their money-making endeavors. Among them were those who had dealt with the Blood Clan. The term, Eternal Night, was something they were all too familiar with as it signified the Blood Clan. In the same way, they were not averse to the idea that the price of immortality would be to become a vampire. In their treatment of the weak, they were no kinder than the Blood Clan. "Mr. Ifu, can I?" The mercenary with the big beard looked at the notes on the table. He asked if he could take a look at their contents. Old Ifu nodded slightly. He had brought it out so that everyone would believe his words. The man with the big beard picked up the notes, carefully undoing the thin hemp rope tied around them. The notes were so old that they were afraid they would crumble if they handled them too roughly. As the notes were opened, their content was revealed. These were the notes of a commander. The first few pages told of his day-to-day life, which girl he fell in love with at what age, and the day he confessed his feelings, only to find the girl playing a game with a nobleman, baring their buttocks. At what age a traveler came to town and he began to learn swordsmanship. Another year, a beautiful girl came to town. She was so beautiful that she enchanted everyone. Compared to this beauty, the girl who had exposed herself before the noble looked like a lustful village girl. The men of the city, overnight, became rivals in love. In the latter half of the notes, at the age of 40, the author became the city's commander and could potentially advance to become a hero. He planned to work until spring, then resign and go to a city with a merit training ground to attempt to advance. In his final year, he led his soldiers in defense of the city while the city was preparing to celebrate the new year. The old city lord had sent bottles of grape wine to each household, including theirs. The notes end here and a few pages remain blank. It was only after turning 3 pages that they saw new content. Damned old man, he deceived everyone. My soldiers started to shed their skins, revealing the flesh beneath. He turned us all into damned monsters. In the last layer of the notes, there was a hand-drawn map. This commander asked his friends, according to the map, to find and rescue him. What does this prove? The man with the big beard passed the notes to the next person, then asked a question himself. A single notebook, and the contents did not mention the method to achieve immortality. What could it say? Old Ifu continued, the commander's friend was just a merchant. He returned to the city under the guise of a traveling merchant. The once old and should have been dead city lord looked increasingly young. Like a gentleman of 30 or 40 years, his friend, the commander, had truly disappeared. During his few days' stay in the city, members of his team started disappearing one after another. Carrying all his goods, he left the city under the noon sun on a deserted street. Later, the merchant continued to pay attention to the matter, gathering a lot of information, including the monarch and the key. The mercenaries turned towards old Ifu. Mr. Ifu, are you the merchant in the story? Old Ifu was a merchant, and a wealthy one at that. So people naturally associated him with the character in the story. No, old Ifu continued, this is a story of my great-grandfather. So you believe this story? The man with the big beard asked. If it had been any day before today, whether the story was true or false. As long as old Ifu was willing to pay, they were willing to play along with him. But now, with the implications of fighting against the undead and the secret of immortality, they wanted to get a clear answer before proceeding. The key, the ancient cemetery, they have all been verified, haven't they? Old Ifu retorted. The mercenaries looked at each other. Mr. Ifu, shall we visit the ancient cemetery tomorrow? The man with the big beard asked quietly, his attitude reverent again. Yes, let's go and see tomorrow. Old Ifu got up and returned to his bedroom. Don't let this out, or we'll be in bigger trouble. All right, then we won't disturb your rest. After everyone said goodbye, they left the room, closing the door behind them. On the way back, Feng Hao dismissed his god's presence. Sitting on the bed, he first contacted Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, are you there? Boss, your orders. Zhang Bin's reply was as prompt as always. I'm going to have the blood hunter send you a kind of animal called iron claw rat. It can help the farmers to loosen the soil. When you get them, distribute them among the villagers and have them care for the animals separately. Oh, all right, how many will there be? 505. Once you get them, distribute them to the villagers. Keep an eye on them, these little guys like to dig holes. Oh, okay. Zhang Bin was a bit confused, but he agreed anyway. As the conversation ended, Feng Hao left the room and went downstairs. He hadn't eaten all day and he was hungry. Master, just a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Era showed a sweet smile. Okay, Feng Hao gave a reply and then walked straight out of the castle. As soon as he stepped out of the main entrance, he saw Nelson sitting silently on a bench, waiting. A skeleton orc stood beside him. Scholar Nelson, you're out of seclusion, huh? Fang Hao immediately approached. After offering his respects, Nelson introduced, "My lord, this is Blackthorn." The skeleton hero behind him stepped forward, dropped to one knee and said, "Blackthorn pays respects to the lord." Fang Hao understood. So, the commander of the 300,000 orcs army is known as Blackthorn. Blackthorn, Amiri. Now, he could only be called Blackthorn. Blackthorn, 5th level hero. Faction: Undead. Template: Blue. Racial traits: Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weakness to Light. Army talent: City Defense, Infantry Commander, Ranged Attack Commander. Skills: Camping, Thorns, Torture, Conversation with the Dead. Innate abilities: Advanced Defense Mastery, Intermediate Tactics Mastery, Intermediate Command Mastery, Intermediate Single-Handed Weapon Mastery. City Defense, for units under his command in defensive battles. Morale is increased by 5%, and defense is increased by 1%. Camping, passive, efficiency of setting up camp or building fortifications for units under his command is increased by 20%. Torture, passive, he is proficient in torture, causing the morale of the tortured to drop to 0. Thorns, active, causes 50% skill damage to the target. Conversation with the Dead, active, grants a corpse the illusion of life. A brief return to life, allowing it to answer questions. Prerequisites: the corpse must have a mouth, and cannot be undead. Description: product of the immortal corpse which, not confirmed by the god of the undead, this hero cannot advance. The attributes of Blackthorn were a bit weird. He didn't seem like a leading hero, but rather like an executioner who was suited for torture. I'm glad I won that battle. If I fell into his hands, could it have been good? I would have been tortured to death. Alright, you get up for now, and when the team returns, I'll give you a task. Fang Hao said. Yes, my lord. Blackthorn stood up and respectfully stepped aside. Nelson and I had a little chat together, and the returning army also entered the territory. There wasn't much of a body to transform this time, but we got quite a few gold and silver utensils. They are being delivered to the warehouse cart by cart. The weapons dropped by the corpse ghosts could be repaired by the blacksmiths and sold at a good price. Most importantly, we achieved a lot in terms of blueprints and rare materials. Blueprint scrolls include Scroll of Heroic Strike Skill, Fortress Construction Blueprint, White Steel Two-Handed Sword Manufacturing Blueprint, Bronze Corpse Rearing Coffin Production Blueprint, Noble Wand Sword Production Blueprint. Rare material types include Death Trace 244, Bloodstone 27, Shadowstone 160, Wriggling Spine 1. Only one Wriggling Spine was dropped by the 3 Dusk Banqueters, the rest belonged to corpse ghosts. And couldn't be dropped. I took the backpack that Engia handed over and took in all the blueprints. By the way, Mr. Nelson, we found a heart in the ancient tomb. Should we keep it or get a better deal by making it a viscera jar? Fang Hao suddenly thought of the dark gold hero's heart. If the sealing of the viscera jar can obtain a strong skill, it's not out of the question to consider it. The heart was still stored in a pottery jar and was carried back by a skeleton. Let me take a look, Nelson replied. The skeleton held the pottery jar, and Fang Hao and Nelson looked inside it. The heart was still beating, and it was quite strong. Where did you get this? Nelson asked. Fang Hao retold the whole story to Nelson, even how he got the information in the human city, in detail. Nelson nodded slightly after listening and thought for a moment. Lord, do you want to make it a viscera jar? Can I first see what will happen? Fang Hao asked. The heart has a special mission. Fang Hao wants to see what properties it would have if stored in a viscera jar. If the attributes are good, he won't do the mission. If the attributes are average, he may keep the heart for the mission. It all depends on which one would bring the greatest benefit. Sir, I don't advise you to make it a viscera jar. This will bring a disaster to the territory, Nelson whispered. He spoke lightly, but Fang Hao could hear the severity of the problem. A heart he picked up will bring disaster to the territory? Are his hundreds of thousands undead army vegetarians? What do you mean? Please be frank, Fang Hao frowned. Ordinary blood clan members do not have such strong vitality. This heart possesses the purest power of the blood clan. It must belong to someone very close to the blood clan ancestor. Sealing it is like making a time bomb. Once discovered, the blood clan will retaliate, Nelson said seriously. The Blood Clan has a strict hierarchy. Not everyone with fangs and bat wings are recognized by the Blood Clan. They have their own clans and inheritances. But no matter which clan, they all share a common Blood Clan ancestor. This heart, being related to the Blood Clan ancestor, also marks the seriousness of the matter. Even if Feng Hao can offend any local power, he cannot offend this one. Besides, he has a second option, to complete the mission of the heart. One is to make a friend, and the other is to make an enemy. After Nelson's introduction, Feng Hao felt it would be better to set aside racial differences and help each other. Okay, then keep this heart with you for now, see if there's a way to help revive it. Feng Hao chose to do the heart mission. Yes, my lord, Nelson took the pottery jar with the heart in it. After all, a beating heart placed in the lord's mansion is really scary. Leaving it with Nelson avoids a lot of hassle. After sorting everything out, Era came to inform him that dinner was ready. After dinner, Feng Hao upgraded the underground cemetery, burial grounds, Undead hallway, Undead mage tower, all to level 6. They caught up with the level of the lord's mansion. After everything was processed, Feng Hao returned to his room and went to sleep. The next morning, Feng Hao sat up, got out of bed and left the room. Era was always an early riser. Master, Sir Dujin came to see you this morning. Oh, okay. Dujin is a skeleton merchant. If he's looking for him, it's most likely because he has a new order. Walking out of the lord's mansion, he headed straight for the Trade Alliance building. Dujin was standing at the counter, assigning tasks to the other skeleton merchants. Lord, yes, there's a new order? Asked Feng Hao. Yes, sir, today we received 2 orders from the dwarves. 2, both from the dwarves? Yes, sir. Last time, Feng Hao received 50,000 units of gunpowder. This time, there are 2 more orders. One order was for black gunpowder, the second was an order for white steel fire guns. Order. Request. 5,000 units of black gunpowder. Trade gains. 500 warfire coins, white steel plating manufacturing blueprint, dwarf influence plus 10. Order. Requirement. 2,000 white steel fire guns. Trade gains. 200,000 warfire coins, dwarf influence plus 10. What are the dwarves up to? They can't really be at war, the requirement for equipment and gunpowder is too large. Anyway, it doesn't matter too much to him. Dujin, we can't produce the white steel fire guns, we don't have a blueprint, said Feng Hao. He also wants white steel fire guns. Even at the green quality, these are tier 4 damaging. They're quite fierce, but he doesn't have one. Sir, you have an order you haven't filled in, it's about to expire. If you do not also need something else, you can fill in the white steel fire gun. Maybe someone will sell the blueprint, Dujin reminded. Oh, right. Feng Hao slapped his forehead. The Trade Alliance sends 2 orders every 7 days. Last time, he filled in the undead soldier-type building blueprint, but he has not received it yet. There's one left that he hasn't used. If he doesn't use it, it will expire. It will be overridden. Oh, then write down the white steel fire gun. He really doesn't have anything else to write. Even if he gets it and lacks the materials, it will still be an extension of the blueprint. All right, sir, Dujin said, wrote the white steel fire gun production blueprint on the order, and then put it into the mail tube behind him. Next, Feng Hao collected the black gunpowder order, and produced 5,000 units of black gunpowder in the warehouse. The skeleton merchant took the goods and the order and disappeared. Feng Hao then began to get busy with his own matters. After breakfast, 2 bone dragons descended from the sky, and 12 tier 4 great sword infantry descended from them. They looked a bit pale. Their eyes occasionally glanced at the passing skeletons. Lord, the great sword infantry recognized Feng Hao and immediately came forward to salute. Yes, have you eaten breakfast? Feng Hao asked. These people were transferred from Zhang Bin's territory. Today, they are going to Prul City to handle the opening of a shop. He needed some manpower to escort the carriage, so he transferred these people over. We have eaten, sir. The great sword infantry answered respectfully. All right, wait a little longer. Once everything is ready, we will set off. The great sword infantry carefully stood aside. Feng Hao then opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for the merchant caravan cart in the creation list. Merchant caravan cart. wood 200, hemp rope 70, leather 50, iron 2, metal parts 12. The caravan cart blueprint was obtained by Zhang Bin from last time's wild boar clearing. Feng Hao recorded it. Production quantity 1. Production 100 time amplification triggered, 101 merchant caravan carts obtained. One cart after another appeared out of thin air, scattered around the vicinity. The merchant caravan cart was bigger and more stable than a flatbed cart. And there was a leather canopy above the wagon box. It could carry more goods and provide shade from the sun and the rain. All right, load up the barrels of wine and dining utensils from the warehouse and we'll set off soon. Yes, sir. All the great sword infantry sprung into action, loading all the necessary items onto the carts. Once everything was ready, the large convoy set off again, heading towards Prul City. 3 hours later, the caravan finally entered Prul City. The unfamiliar convoy and the attractive bunny girls and fox girl maids attracted a lot of attention. People gathered on both sides of the road, whispering to each other. Little White, do you remember this road? From now on, you will be in charge of the stores here. Feng Hao sat in a caravan, speaking to the fox-tailed Little White who stood beside him. Little White was a maid with a business talent. Alongside her were 10 rabbit girl maids. They were responsible for the store. Tier 4 Great Sword Infantry was brought along for security. After all, it's a legitimate business. They needed people to guard if drunkards harassed the maids or if anyone caused trouble. The defensive commander of Prul City was only a Tier 5, assigning a Tier 4 as security should be enough. I remembered, Master. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Little White clenched her fist, making a promise. Good, I trust you. The convoy stopped in front of the store. And Feng Hao went to the Lord's mansion to handle the paperwork with the money box. Upon paying, he received the deed to the place. From then on, the store belonged to Feng Hao. The store's doors were opened, revealing the dusty floor and furniture inside. After giving instructions, everyone started cleaning. Feng Hao stood outside and there was no place for him to intervene. He was not very strong himself, as long as he didn't add to the chaos, it was fine. Right then, the tavern owner from across the street walked over. Did you really buy this place? The owner came closer. Yes, from now on we are neighbors. Please take care of me. Feng Hao smiled. The owner once again sized up the young man. He was really wealthy. This shop cost tens of thousands of gold coins. And he bought it without a second thought. He also brought a large group of people to clean it. What are you planning to do? We're opening a restaurant, replied Feng Hao. Just food? Queried the owner. Ah, and some drinks, but mostly food. The owner shook her head when she heard this, whispering. You won't make much money that way. You could run a hotel, guests would eat at your place. How many people would come for food alone? These words were from the owner's years of experience running a tavern. She ran a tavern and sold some dishes to go with the drinks. But it would be hard to make a living selling just food in this place. Unless what you're serving is so delicious that people couldn't stand not to eat it for 2 days. Just like alcoholics couldn't live without alcohol, otherwise, it would be hard to break into the market. Well, let's try it first. If it's not working, I'll sell daily necessities, Feng Hao said nonchalantly. The owner glared at him helplessly. Wealthy people really are hard to deal with. Come on, sit at my place for a while. You can't keep standing here, can you? The owner walked towards the tavern. Her slim waist and round hips moved gently as she left. It was hard not to take a second glance. Feng Hao couldn't stand there all the time, so he followed the owner into the tavern. Sitting at the front desk, he suddenly noticed that the bounty on the wall had changed. The quest to search for the ancient tomb has been replaced with a quest to find the undead gathering place in the north. And the reward amount has also been increased to 5,000 gold coins. Seeing this quest, Feng Hao squinted. Prul City was 3 hours north, in the correct direction, you could find his territory. Damn, indeed, damn, those mercenaries must have lost their minds, claiming there are packs of undead in the north. The owner was standing behind the counter muttering to herself. You didn't believe them, but you still posted their bounty? Feng Hao asked. Ah, they paid for it, I couldn't refuse the money, could I? The owner poured a glass of beer and pushed it over. What kind of people are these mercenaries? What does it matter to them if there are undead in the north? Feng Hao asked curiously. Who knows, they said there was an ancient tomb before. And this morning they changed it to the undead, the owner complained. If they didn't pay a decent amount, she would have refused to post their quest. The credibility was low, and it was causing the reputation of the tavern to decline. Are they staying here? They rented a few rooms on the second floor, quite the rich folk, they eat and drink well when they arrive. The old man they're protecting is obviously wealthy. The owner's eyes were quite keen, she could see the ins and outs of what was happening. I want to post a bounty too, what's the fee? Feng Hao asked. Sure, it's 1 gold coin for 5 days, and you can't post it for less than 5 days. If the bounty is completed, the tavern will take 10% of the reward. But that's after the bounty is completed, the owner said while cleaning the table. Okay, then post, looking for information on Swords of Absolution, 100 gold coins per piece of information. Feng Hao took out 5 gold coins from his pocket. Let's start with 25 days. Alright, you write it. Will you write it for me? My handwriting is not good, Feng Hao said. The owner put down the cloth in her hand and stood in front of the notice board, writing down the bounty posted by Feng Hao. Thump, the tavern door was pushed open roughly. 6 well-equipped mercenaries, escorting an old man, walked into the tavern. The group was silent, only saying one sentence when they approached the owner. Prepare lunch for 7 people, send it to our room. Alright, we'll send it up when it's ready. Without uttering another word, the group headed straight to the second floor. Mercenaries? Feng Hao asked quietly after they left. The owner nodded, and then started to prepare lunch for the mercenaries. When they came in, Feng Hao got a good look at these mercenaries. All 6 of them were tier 6 or 7, quite high-ranking among humans. Watching them go upstairs, Feng Hao's expression darkened. It seemed these people could not be left alone. They must have discovered the skeletons in his territory, if they kept messing around. It would cause a lot of trouble for him. After bidding the owner goodbye, he left the tavern. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Having left Little White in charge of the shop, Feng Hao returned to his territory with Angia. As soon as they dismounted, Dujin approached. He said, Sir, here are the blueprints obtained this morning. The Warfire coins have been handed over to Miss Era. Dujin handed over 2 blueprints. They were the blueprint for the manufacture of white steel plate, rewarded from the order, and the blueprint for the white steel handgun, obtained from the order he placed. The manufacturing type blueprints are easy to come by. Orders placed in the morning are filled by the afternoon. Contrarily, not a single person has given him undead architectural blueprints in response to his first order. Feng Hao received them and recorded them in the Book of Lords. White steel plate, 2 white steel ingots. White steel ingots are required. Following the model of cast iron production. White steel ingot seems unlikely to be something crafted from a blueprint, but rather something produced using a furnace. White steel handgun. 1 white steel plate, 2 white steel ingots, and 3 metal parts. Description: a common weapon for gunmen. Simple manufacturing process makes it suitable for mass production. Despite its green quality, the white steel handgun provides tier A damage. Such an unprecedented damage, if equipped to skeleton archers, could imperatively double their power. Forming a skeleton gunner regiment would not only be formidable, but also very cool. The material demand isn't high either, all that's missing now are white steel ingots. Dujin, does the Trade Alliance have blueprints to produce white steel ingots? Feng Hao turned to Dujin. Such universally used construction, utilized by all races, shouldn't be hard to get, right? Not yet, but I'll keep an eye out. I'll buy it directly should such a blueprint appear. Dujin replied. Alright. Feng Hao, left without other options, could only hope the Trade Alliance replenishes the blueprint next time. Or, if there's a way to procure white steel ingots in nearby human cities. Buying the finished product would also work. Dujin turned and left, while Feng Hao returned to his manor. Upon returning to his room, and placing the Starfire wand on the weapon rack, He noticed the sound transmitting shell had logged a new message. Feng Hao had 2 shells in his possession. One was given by the slave trader to notify him of when to buy slaves. The other sound transmitting shell was reserved by Feng Hao for Bronze Bull, to inform him whenever there is news from the Skullcrusher tribe. The shell that currently held a message was the one that carries the news transmitted by Bronze Bull. He held the shell up to his ear, and instantly, Bronze Bull's deep voice carried through. "Lord, we've captured 2 spies from the Skullcrusher tribe. We found a map of our layout on them, and they are being sent to the city where Sir Fireblade is stationed." The sound transmitting shell could store only limited information. The content was brief. "They've captured 2 spies planted by the Skullcrusher tribe." He didn't mention much else. Feng Hao could only read on his armor that he had just taken off and leave the manor. He beckoned Angia and Blackthorn, mounted the Bone Dragon, and flew over to the city where Fireblade was stationed. It was about a 30-minute journey. The Bone Dragon was already hovering over the city. This erstwhile human territory had been converted into a temporary fortress. Undead patrolled densely outside the city day and night. There were countless checkpoints on the road to the main city. Unless one decided to take a massive roundabout, it would be difficult to bypass the checkpoints and directly attack the main city where Feng Hao resided. The Bone Dragon landed, and Fireblade and Bronze Bull came forward to pay their respects. "Lord," the city was filled with a multitude of undead skeletons standing on standby like terracotta warriors, neatly arranged. On one side, several Tauren warriors were huddled in the corner, guarding something. Feng Hao dismounted from the Bone Dragon and asked directly, "Where are the spies?" "Over here, sir, follow me." Bronze Bull led the way to where the Taurens were standing guard. In the corner, 2 mutilated corpses lay openly exposed under the sun. "My lord, it's these 2. Bronze Bull pointed out the bodies. "Dead?" "Yes. The guards found them drawing a map. There was a fight when we tried to capture them, so they were killed," Bronze Bull explained. He wanted to capture them alive, but they had entered a state of blood rage. And since they were in the mana market, they had to be killed for safety reasons. So now, the best they could do was to gather as much information as possible. "Where is the map you mentioned?" Feng Hao continued to inquire. "Here it is." Bronze Bull brought out a map. The map crudely marked the mana market, the location of the Fireblade's base city, and some checkpoints around it. Though rudimentary, the positions of each checkpoint were quite detailed. It was clear that these 2 had been investigating the area for some time. Bronze Bull was also feeling somewhat apprehensive. Feng Hao had instructed him to dispatch people to spy on the Skullcrusher tribe. But instead of gaining information about the Skullcrushers, they had caught spies lurking in Manum who had detailed maps. If these were the spies they had caught, who could guarantee that there weren't others? He was afraid that Feng Hao would blame him and that it would impact the interests of the Tauren tribe. In recent times, the Tauren tribe had received significant support from Feng Hao, various weapons, city infrastructure. The roads had all been paved with stone slabs. Even if it rained, they didn't need to worry about muddy roads anymore. The Manum market had improved considerably from before, and this improvement would continue as long as Feng Hao was willing to support them. "My lord, I am responsible for this." Bronze Bull began to speak. "We will discuss your matter later." Feng Hao put away the map and called out softly, "Blackthorn." Blackthorn, the newly joined skeleton hero, who had been following behind Feng Hao, stepped forward. "My lord." He was dressed in a suit of metal plate armor, with a black iron knight's sword around his waist. Both Bronze Bull and Fireblade took a closer look as they had never seen him before. "Interrogate them, ask about the plans of the Skullcrushers, their troop strength, and the like," Feng Hao continued. "Yes, my lord." After Blackthorn completed his statement, he began to draw strange runes around one of the bodies. The Tauren showed expressions of uncertainty. When Feng Hao said, "Interrogate," did he mean to interrogate the corpse? How could one interrogate a dead man? Soon, Blackthorn completed the rune drawing. "My lord, I am ready. I need the blood of 2 warcrafts." Feng Hao nodded. "Bronze Bull, arrange it." Yes, my lord, Bronze Bull agreed and gave the order to his subordinates. Soon, 2 unicorns were brought over. In front of the runes, the throat of the unicorn was slit with a sword, and the fresh blood flowed along the runes, merging into the first body. Woo! The dead body sat up instantly, sitting in place with a somewhat vacant look. Whoosh! The surrounding Tauren retreated several steps in an instant, looking at the suddenly sitting body with some fear. Where is this? Who are you? The revived orc asked with bewilderment. You are already dead, now you need to answer my questions. All right, the orc replied stiffly. How many spies has the Skullcrusher tribe deployed? I don't know, I only know about the 2 of us. What other plans does the Skullcrusher have against the undead? Blackthorn stared into the orc's eyes and asked quickly. The great chief has contacted the troll tribe, planning to join the troll tribe in... Bang! The next instant, the body exploded, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Fang Hao's expression turned serious. Bring another 2 unicorns over. The information obtained from the first corpse wasn't plentiful. However, some vital information was revealed. The Skullcrusher tribe was still eager to wage war, having contacted a troll tribe to cooperate in launching a continuous attack on Fang Hao's territory. This news hardened the heart of Fang Hao, who was planning to live a peaceful life for a few days. Their willingness to cooperate meant they have strength superior to the previously 300,000 strong force to deal with Fang Hao's undead army. This time, a one-horned sheep and a dying wild boar were transported. Both were thrown in front of the second corpse and the bloodletting began. Whoosh! The second corpse sat up again, with a bewildered look in his eyes. You are already dead, now answer my question. Which troll tribe has the Skullcrusher tribe contacted? Blackthorn directly asked. The corpse answered, it is the Bloodthroat tribe on the other side of the mountain. What powerhouses are in the Bloodthroat tribe? I'm not sure, but I've heard that the chieftain of the Bloodthroat tribe is an orange hero. The blood in the rune began to rise like steam, and the resuscitated or's body also began to swell like a balloon. Apart from the orange chieftain, who are the other heroes in the Bloodthroat tribe? I don't know. How many troops will the Skullcrusher dispatch? Blackthorn's questioning pace was accelerating. I don't know. How many troops does the Bloodthroat tribe have? I don't know. The orc's body was already like a balloon, and his facial features began to deform. Blackthorn continued to ask, tell me, what's the full name of the Bloodthroat chieftain? Meatfist Caius. Bang! With a muffled sound, the orc's body exploded, and the scattered flesh fell from the sky like raindrops. Sir, all questions have been asked. Blackthorn saluted once again. Let's go inside and chat. In the hall, Fang Hao was sitting in the main seat, with a few heroes below. With the exceptions of the Bloodhunter and Nelson, the remaining characters were all present. These 2 spies did not know a lot of information, and moreover, some things were hearsay from within the Skullcrusher tribe. The authenticity of the information needs verification. However, the matter of the Skullcrusher tribe aligning with the Troll tribe is 99% true. Because with the current strength of the Skullcrusher, it is impossible to compete with Fang Hao. The only way to fight is to seek external aid. And the Troll tribe on the other side of the mountain would be their aid. It seems that his territory has once again entered a tense state of war preparations. Telik, what news have your spies returned to you? Fang Hao looked at Bronze Bull. Since the enemy's spies have come in, his spies should have sent back some information, right? Sir, few pieces of information about the scattered tribes in the Frostwind Mountains. And the map have been sent back, but there is not much information about the Skullcrusher tribe. Bronze Bull stood up and replied. The Skullcrusher tribe has united the major and minor tribes of the Frostwind Mountains. A small tribe may have a few hundred people, while a large one may have a few thousand. It's not like Fang Hao, where almost all of his forces are concentrated near a few major cities. Moreover, the roads in the mountains are rough and the environment is harsh, making it very difficult to draw up a map. Then do you know about the Bloodthroat tribe of the Trolls? Fang Hao continued to inquire. I've heard of them, they are a troublesome tribe, was the response. Tell me what you know. I've only heard some stories that the Bloodthroat tribe used to be powerful and had attacked this continent. They were later siege attacked by the Dragon Clan and the Elves, and almost completely annihilated, with only a small number able to hide inside the mountains, Bronze Bull said. He didn't know much, after all, it's not an incident from his time. What he heard was passed down from the older generation. And the authenticity of not just the information but even the story couldn't be confirmed. From that point, it's very probable that the opposing clan leader being an orange hero is true. Feng Hao rubbed his chin. Very likely. Just now the corpse mentioned the mountain range of the Bloodthroat tribe. Which mountain range was it talking about? Feng Hao continued to inquire. Bronze Bull replied, it's called the Bloodshed Mountain Range. And it actually belongs to the same mountain range as the Frostwind Mountain Range. But because the mountain range is too long and has been occupied by different forces, it is divided into the Frostwind Mountain Range and the Bloodshed Mountain Range. Feng Hao took out the Book of Lords and opened the map. Pointed out to me on the map. Bronze Bull pointed on the map and easily located the mountain range. In fact, Feng Hao had been to the Bloodshed Mountain Range before, where the Tomb of the Dragon was located. It was full of jagged rocks and indeed a barren land. Located north of the Pigmen tribe, if the trolls attacked from there, he would really need to make careful arrangements. Otherwise, they would be direct at his doorstep. Bronze Bull, you go back and keep an eye on gathering information. Fireblade, keep an eye on patrolling and be careful of spies arranged by Skullcrusher, Feng Hao instructed. At present, both sides are in a stage of gathering information. It's not yet time to deploy troops on a large scale or to close the market. Yes, sir, the two men replied. After discussing the plans for the future, Feng Hao returned to his territory with the two heroes. He returned to his territory. He took Aira along with him to visit the Information Guild. The Information Guild was an intelligence agency, where he could buy the information he wanted in exchange for money. Upon entering, the place was empty. Feng Hao walked to the counter, opened the mailbox and took out the information form from within. Aira, write, Frostwind Mountain's Skullcrusher tribe, on this. And write their recent war plans and numbers of soldiers in the content box, Feng Hao instructed. Aira took the pen from the counter and started to fill out the form as Feng Hao instructed. Feng Hao brought over a second form. Write, Bloodshed Mountain Bloodthroat tribe, on this. And fill in the content box with hero levels, war plans, and numbers of soldiers. Aira filled out the second form as well. Feng Hao threw the two forms into the mailbox and silently waited for 2 to 3 minutes. Clang! There was a noise from the mailbox. When he opened it, there was a metal tag inside. It read, 500. This meant that these two pieces of information would cost 500 Warfire coins. The price was rather steep. Arrangements were made to prepare 500 Warfire coins, which were all stuffed into the mailbox in one go, and the lid was replaced. When he opened it again, there was nothing inside. This way, the operation should be considered complete, and an agreement reached between the two parties. All he needs to do is arrange for someone to wait here and inform him when the results come in. Aira, arrange for a maid to watch here. Once there's information in the mailbox, have her bring it over to me. Feng Hao commanded as the two of them were leaving the Information Guild. He was just unsure when they would deliver the information. It shouldn't be collected on a monthly basis. By the time the war's over there won't be any message yet. Understood, Master. Aira nodded her head. Night fell. Under the cover of night, a bone dragon soared towards Prul City. The Bloodhunter's dark deception allowed the bone dragon to blend into the darkness, evading all the guards, and easily entered the airspace above Prul City. Feng Hao extended his withered finger, pointed towards a room on the second floor of an inn from a distance. The Bloodhunter nodded slightly, leapt from the bone dragon, spread out his huge bat wings, and directly dived into the second floor. Who's there? Ah, help! Following which, the sounds of fighting and wailing emerged from the room. Feng Hao sat on the back of the bone dragon, listening to the screams emanating from the tavern where the lights had been extinguished. If it weren't for the affairs of the Bloodthroat tribe, there wouldn't have been any urgency in killing them. But given the threat that had emerged in the north, he couldn't afford to have potential hazards lurking in the south. Thus, it was their misfortune to provoke Fang Hao at this time. The killing cry only lasted for 5 minutes, then a bloodhunter carrying an old man leapt out of the window. The gigantic bat wings flapped, landing on the bone dragon that was hovering mid-air. Only by now, candle lights arose from the first floor of the tavern, with the bartender's voice raising queries. "Sir, is it this old man?" "Yes, let's head back." The bloodhunter gently patted the neck of the bone dragon, which then set off in the direction of their territory. The city lord's hall. Fang Hao sat on the white bone throne, under which an old man in pajamas knelt, still in shock. You're the young man from the tavern this morning." The old man immediately recognized Fang Hao. "Your eyesight is commendable," Fang Hao praised, continuing. "The bounty you issued has caused me quite a bit of trouble. I want to know how you came to know about the ancient tomb, and why you issued the bounty." Old Yifu looked around. Aside from a beast ear hero, the entire hall inside and out was filled with white bone undead. "Sir, I'm Yifu. My great-grandfather left behind a diary and a key. The bounty for you was a misunderstanding. The mercenaries I hired discovered the whereabouts of your team and issued the bounty." The old man's body slightly trembled, not out of fear, but from excitement, a kind of zeal. Without waiting for Fang Hao to reply, he continued. "Lord of the Undead, I offer my loyalty and everything I have, in exchange for your allegiance." Old Yifu kneeled on the ground, his forehead touching the floor. Now he had figured it out. The one before him wasn't any common young man, but rather, a magnificent undead. The human form he had seemed to be merely an illusion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting on a throne made of bones, commanding legions of the undead beneath him. When Fang Hao heard the old man's words, he slightly furrowed his brows and turned to look at Nelson. What's going on? Had he encountered a believer of the god of the undead? Or was the old man just obsessed with bones and overly excited? Nelson, sensing Fang Hao's questioning gaze, whispered in his ear. His life force is already exhausted. He wants to become immortal. Fang Hao nodded to show that he understood. Immortal was how the undead referred to the act of becoming undead. This old man was too old, even the finest ginseng wouldn't help him live long. That's why he was so desperate to find a way to prolong his life. Be it becoming a member of the Blood Clan or the undead, as long as he could continue his existence. "Show me the diary and the key," Fang Hao said. Old Yifu took out an age-old notebook from his pocket and handed it to the beast-ear hero nearby. She then passed it over to Fang Hao. "Sir, the key was used this morning. We went to the ancient tomb and used the key on the first bronze door. When we found it couldn't be pulled out, we left it there," explained old Yifu. Fang Hao perused the notebook, taking a quick look at 2 pages. It did indeed contain some information about the ancient tomb. "So, you are searching for this ancient tomb in order to find a way to prolong your life?" Fang Hao closed the old notebook. "Yes, I dare not deceive you, sir." Old Yifu was still respectful. "Do you know where the rest of the tomb owner's remains are?" "Huh? Other remains? I don't know." Old Yifu shook his head. "Could it be that the body in the ancient tomb is not whole but fragmented?" Fang Hao nodded once more, and said, "Fine, take him away." Although the old man was cooperative, he was no easy puzzle either. Moreover, bringing him back yielded no useful information. The diary was the only thing he had gained. Once he had the time, he would carefully read through the contents to understand the story within. No, sir, give me a chance to serve you. I don't want to die, sir. I am willing to give you all my fortune. I have many slaves in my manor who can serve as sacrifices for you," old Yifu shouted loudly. The search for the ancient tomb was due to his sense of impending death. Now that he had come into contact with the undead, he was even more unwilling to die at this moment. Fang Hao looked at the old man who was hoarse from yelling, shook his head slightly and said, "All right, take him to the transformation pool. Afterward you will be undead and serve me." A look of joy spread across old Yifu's face, and he stopped shouting and struggling. He stood up gracefully, bowed, and willingly followed the skeleton towards the transformation pool. After the old man left, Nelson and the others each returned to their own dwellings. Under the light of the nightstone lamp, Feng Hao began to carefully read through the diary again. From beginning to end, apart from a few missing pages in the middle, he understood the rest. The city lord in the story was indeed a ruthless character. Fearing death and wanting to transform into a member of the Blood Clan, he was fearful of being discovered and harmed by the people in the city. He simply turned all the people in the city into the Blood Clan. This city lord must have planned this long ago. Everything he had done was in preparation for the last step, delivering wine door to door. By the time all the city's inhabitants had transformed, any remaining stragglers wouldn't matter. Amazing, Feng Hao commented. He also noticed a line in the diary. Damn Chester, damn liar. Chester must be the city lord's name, so it appears he didn't gain nothing. After reading through the entire diary, Feng Hao returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. The following day, after breakfast, a bone dragon landed straight in Pigmen village, causing a commotion. When they saw Feng Hao and Angia on the dragon's back, a pigman immediately went to notify clan leader Petty of the Pigmen clan. Lord, I did not know you were coming in person. Petty hurried over to greet them. Normally, Feng Hao would only use God's presence to communicate, rarely visiting in person. One reason was the distance, another was a safety issue. Who knew what peculiar things could happen in this world, threatening his life? Come, let's talk inside. Once they entered the clan leader's hall, a pigman brought over some fruit wine. Petty, curious, asked, My lord, do you have any instructions for us? If Feng Hao had come in person, naturally, it must be to convey something important. How many orc villages are there from the north of the village to the Bloody Mountain Range? How strong are they? Feng Hao asked. Petty paused, estimated roughly in his head, and replied. The northern villages are scattered and we have limited interactions with them. There are about 10 villages or so, and they are said to be at war during this period. That's just the way with the orcs. Today there might be 10 nearby villages, and tomorrow due to raids that number might be reduced to 5. Then wandering tribes could move in, and the number of villages would increase again. This was the constant cycle, war and migration never ending. As the Pigmen village now had the protection of the Undead, and was currently focusing on low-profile development. It had been a long time since it had any dealings with the other villages. Therefore, it was quite hard to ascertain a precise number. Try to gather all the clan leaders from those villages. Since we are all neighbors, it's about time we got acquainted. Really? Petty saw that Feng Hao wasn't joking, but getting to know the neighbors didn't seem like something Feng Hao would say. Yes, and time is of the essence. Ideally, we should have these people together by tomorrow, Feng Hao emphasized. Petty's expression turned serious. It seemed something significant was about to happen. Sir, may I know the reason? With Feng Hao's character, his sudden concern for the area around Pigmen village must mean something has happened. I can tell you, but don't disclose it to anyone else, Feng Hao said. I understand, sir. Have you heard of the Bloodthroat tribe in the Bloody Mountain Range? North of the Pigmen village? Feng Hao asked. Petty shakes her head. Sir, the Pigmen village relocated here. We are not very familiar with the surrounding area. Well, the Bloodthroat tribe is a troll tribe, and they might attack us. To ensure safety, I want to eliminate any potential risks, including scattered tribes north of the village, Feng Hao explained. Petty's expression turned grimmer. She had never expected that the troll tribe would attack from the north of the village. In that case, the village would be the first to get involved. See, sir, what should we do? Petty was momentarily flustered. The first thought that crossed her mind was to relocate the village. Or maybe hide until the battle is over. Don't worry, we're not at the point of warfare yet. For now, try to summon all the clan leaders from the north. All right, sir, I will take care of it right away. Petty nodded in agreement. Having given instructions, Feng Hao stepped out of the clan leaders' hall. Whilst Petty started contemplating the reasons to summon these clan leaders. Since they barely interacted on regular days, inviting them for dinner seemed unrealistic. She needed to think of a reason enticing enough to draw them over. After leaving the clan leader's hall, Feng Hao headed straight to the center of the pigmen village. He brought out the Book of Lords and turned to the construction section. Tower of the Fallen, purple, 3,350 hardy wood, 4,500 stone bricks, 1,200 iron, 120 death traces, 30 shadow stones. The Tower of the Fallen was a blueprint that Feng Hao had previously won as a reward. At the time, he was short of shadow stones, so he didn't construct it. Now that he had obtained enough shadow stones from the Blood Clan tomb, he could finally start building. Having chosen a suitable location, he immediately began the construction. A purple beam flashed, and a towering structure emerged before his eyes. Tower of the Fallen, purple. Category: Undead structure. Ability: enhances the range of God's presence. Description: a special structure for the Undead faction. Can be built in cities, villages within your territory. It enhances the range of God's presence. The Tower of the Fallen resembles a modern communication signal tower. It transmits signals to farther locations. Previously, Feng Hao had to use God's presence in the pigmen village to control troops at the edge of the Bloody Mountain range. Now, with the Tower of the Fallen, he can use God's presence from his territory, without needing to go to the pigmen village himself. Lord, the people getting in touch with the other clan leaders have already left. We should have their replies by this afternoon. Petty walked over and whispered. What reason did you give? To gather these guys, a compelling reason was needed. The right to excavate a large mine. Pigmen Village has found a mining area which we lack the resources to mine by ourselves. We need the cooperation of the other villages. Who we will partner with must be negotiated in person, Petty calmly explained. It was indeed a good idea. In this region, mining was both profitable and plausible. Can you confirm the time? Feng Hao asked again. Tomorrow noon, at Pigmen Village. Seeing Petty's worried expression, Feng Hao said. Good, you don't need to worry. I'll arrange for the negotiations. All right, sir. After settling things in the Pigmen Village, Feng Hao and Angia once again mounted the bone dragon to return to their territory. After lunch, Feng Hao and Angia swapped their mode of transportation to a giant lizard and headed for Prul City. The moment they entered the city, Feng Hao felt a palpable tension enveloping the area. The number of guards had significantly increased and their patrols had become more frequent. As they passed the tavern, they noticed it was closed, with guards stationed all around it. It was clear that the events of the previous night had caught the city lord's attention. Master. Upon their arrival at the shop, Little White saw Feng Hao and came out to greet him. The cleaning up process was progressing quickly. That day was committed to the renovation and repairs of the exterior walls. What happened over there? Feng Hao pointed to the tavern. I heard someone died in the tavern opposite us, not just one, but several. Guards have been here several times since morning, asking questions, Little White replied. The maids didn't know what Feng Hao had done. All they knew was that people died across the street, and they had nothing to do with it. Didn't any eyewitnesses see the murderer? Feng Hao looked towards the direction of the tavern. I'm not sure, but based on the circumstances, it seems the identity of the murderer is unknown. Otherwise the guards wouldn't still be investigating, Little White continued. If the culprit's identity was known, action would have been taken immediately. Instead, they're still door to door asking for information, indicating that the murderer is not certain. I see, Feng Hao nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Just then, a team of guards approached from afar. They stopped in front of Feng Hao and said, Mr. Feng Hao, Lord Cyril would like to see you. Feng Hao raised an eyebrow. He just entered the city and they came to invite him. Seems the city lord has been waiting for him. Could they have discovered that he was the one responsible for the murder last night? It was impossible unless the old man could predict the future. Let's go, I have business with the city lord anyways, said Feng Hao. Under the escort of the guards, they were able to enter the city lord's mansion unimpeded. In the council chamber, City Lord Cyril was seated at the head, waiting. City Lord, Feng Hao greeted with a smile. Fang Hao was pretty certain that the city lord knew nothing about his involvement in last night's murders. So he no longer felt worried. City Lord Cyril returned the smile and replied, "Mr. Fang Hao, have a seat." Fang Hao and Angia took their seats to one side. There was some trouble at a tavern in the city last night. "Have you heard, Mr. Fang Hao?" Cyril asked directly. Fang Hao frowned and replied, "I heard from my staff when I entered the city." "Have they caught the criminal?" "Not yet. I wanted to ask, how many servants did you leave in the city last night and how powerful are they?" Cyril stared into Fang Hao's eyes as if to ascertain the truth of his words. Without hesitation, Fang Hao immediately replied, 12 Tier 4 infantry, the rest are Tier 1 orc maids. "You surely don't believe I did it, City Lord? I'm a businessman, I dislike conflict." Cyril scrutinized Fang Hao's expression but found nothing out of order. He then said, then it seems the mercenaries' deaths were due to some internal feud. Even though mercenaries have a legal status, they are often involved in unethical practices. Many mercenaries are simply bandits under a legitimate name. The likelihood of their deaths resulting from retaliation is higher than casualties on duty. It appeared that Cyril, unable to get to the bottom of it, attributed the murders to a feud between the mercenaries. Fang Hao did not want to dwell on this topic with him. He cut in, interrupting Cyril's train of thought. "By the way, Lord Cyril, do you have any white steel ingots available here? Do you need white steel ingots?" Cyril didn't expect that Fang Hao, with his background and wealth, would be lacking such a thing as white steel ingots. "Yeah, a blueprint for forging white steel ingots would be even better. I'm willing to pay for it." The blueprint for the white steel blunderbuss had already been collected. Only the white steel ingots were missing. If they could receive the blueprint for forging white steel ingots, or even just the finished white steel ingots, it would be fine. First, produce a batch of white steel blunderbusses to deal with the imminent potential battles. Cyril rubbed his beard, falling into silence. A thought sprung up in Fang Hao's mind, seeming like Cyril actually had white steel ingots. "What's the matter, Lord City, is there a problem?" asked Fang Hao. Cyril, looking a bit troubled, answered, "We do have some white steel ingots stored in the city, but they are already in the military repository. It might be difficult to sell to you. Lord City must have a way around this, wouldn't you share it?" If he really couldn't give it to Fang Hao, he would have refused outright. Judging from his troubled look, there must be a way. "I can't sell it to you, how about this? I'll issue a bounty. If you bring me the murderer, I will pay you the white steel ingots as a reward." Cyril's eyes suddenly narrowed, his voice bearing a solemn tone. A murderer? Fang Hao naturally understood Cyril's plan. It was nothing more than using the white steel ingots as a bargaining chip to make him deal with the so-called murderer. His visit today was probably about this matter, but he just mentioned the white steel ingots in advance. "The murderer who killed the mercenary in the tavern last night. If you bring them to me, the 500 units of white steel ingots stored in our warehouse are yours." "How about it?" Cyril smiled, wrinkles piled up at the corners of his eyes. "Murdered the mercenary?" Fang Hao exclaimed. "Yes, didn't you say there were no clues?" "No, there are clues. The other group of mercenaries in the manor outside the city. I intend to execute them publicly when the time comes to maintain the city's stability," Cyril replied. It seemed that the mercenaries of the manor outside the city had offended this city lord in the past. So this unsolved case without clues was directly pinned on them. If the events of last night weren't done by Fang Hao himself, he might have believed Cyril's words. After all, confronted by a city lord and a group of mercenaries, more people would believe the city lord. The name of the mercenary, the location of the manor, what is the military situation like? Fang Hao decided to take on this task. Fire Wolf Mercenary Group, this is the manor's location, they only have a few dozen soldiers. Cyril handed over a single-page map that had already been prepared on the table. Accepting the map, Fang Hao memorized the name of the Fire Wolf Mercenary Group. "All right, I took up this task. How many people do you need? I can't bring back all of the dozens of people, can I?" Fang Hao pocketed the map casually. "A few leaders, the more the better, it would be more acceptable to the public. Cyril was still stroking his beard. Okay, I'll try to bring back as many as I can. Feng Hao stood up. I'll go and prepare then, and won't disturb Lord City any further. Yes, Feng Hao left the City Lord's mansion, returning to his own shop. The shop was still hanging their sign. On it was written the shop's name, Fishy Delights, in the human clan's language. A straightforward, appealing name. Feng Hao took pride in this name, which took sleepless nights and endless thought to devise. Even resorting almost to calling up his language teacher. As Feng Hao admired the sign, the tavern matron approached. She handed 5 gold coins to Feng Hao. I'll return the money first. When the tavern reopens, you can place your bounty again. With the tavern sealed, the bounties on the tavern's notice board weren't effective anymore. One was the bounty of mercenaries, all of whom died on the 2nd floor last night. The other was Feng Hao's bounty for finding the swords of absolution, a total of 5 gold coins. Feng Hao pocketed the gold coins, pretending to be oblivious, and asked, I heard someone died? Damn it, those goddamn mercenaries, they brought such misfortune upon me by dying in my tavern. The matron cursed through gritted teeth. The sudden outburst surprised Feng Hao. It seemed this incident brought a significant impact on the tavern. Not only was it sealed, but for a long time. It was likely no one would dare to stay in the rooms on the 2nd floor. How many days is the tavern sealed for? I don't know, until they catch the murderer. The matron sighed. Would you like to assist me? I'm short on manpower. Feng Hao offered. The matron's eyes flickered, she giggled. Little rogue, I see what you're aiming for, you're still young, be careful not to hurt yourself. Anyway, your tavern is closed, why not help me out? My tavern is only closed for a couple of days, it's not like it's shut down. The matron corrected. Alright, come help me when you go bankrupt. The matron was annoyed, why should she go bankrupt? Feng Hao, with a smile on his face, approached and inquired in a low voice. Ever heard of the Fire Wolf Mercenary Group? You know someone from the Fire Wolf Mercenary Group? The matron unintentionally asked. I've heard some things about them, aren't they unpopular and cruel? You know about that? The matron exclaimed in surprise. Few citizens in the city knew about this information. Yet, Feng Hao, who had just arrived a few times, was aware of it. Those guys, they caused such a big trouble and the city lord didn't even kill them. Feng Hao sighed. Yeah, the city lord had a late-life baby, and it's probably hard for him to have another one. The matron made a decisive diagnosis. Feng Hao's gaze shifted. The city lord's son should be getting better by now, right? Not at all, we haven't seen him for many years, I suspect it's not going well. The two chatted softly while watching as the shop sign was hung up. Through the matron's words, Feng Hao could guess a few things. For some reason, the Fire Wolf Mercenary Group had injured the city lord's son several years ago and the injury had been worsening. He probably wouldn't live much longer. For some reason, the city lord had, up until now, not made a move against the mercenary group. This time they seemed to have seized an opportunity. Pinning the city's murder case on the Fire Wolf Mercenary Group. After chatting for a while, the soldiers came to search the tavern again, and the matron left. Feng Hao and Angia mounted the giant lizard again, returning to their territory. They quickly returned to their territory. Feng Hao dismounted and started checking the soldiers he would bring. The manor where the Fire Wolf Mercenary Group was located was already shown on Feng Hao's large map. Seeing that they only have a few dozen men, there was no need to bring too many soldiers and draw attention. The heroes were Angia, the Bloodhunter, 100 bone dragons and 5-tier skeleton trolls filled to seating capacity. The Black Thorn had city defense skills and was just right for minding the fort. In high-altitude flight, they wouldn't draw the attention of people on the ground. Plus they were fast and could finish the fight before the night fell. Feng Hao uses God's presence to mount the bone dragon. Patting the dragon's neck twice, the bone dragon soared into the clouds, flying towards the manor of the Fire Wolf Mercenary Group. The bone dragon was flying through the clouds, the sound of the wind roaring in its ears. From this high up, the city below seemed as tiny as a matchbox. its busy inhabitants looking like hard-working ants. Soon, the bone dragon had drawn close to the estate of the wolf mercenary group. The outline of the city was visible, as were some bustling crowds. Upon closer inspection, however, Fang Hao noticed something strange about the property. This wasn't just a simple estate. Clearly, it was a city that a city lord had upgraded to the third tier. The central area had the city lord's mansion, civilian dwellings, armies, and even second-tier city walls that had been constructed. Could it be that this wolf mercenary group was established by another transmigrator? Almost immediately, Fang Hao dismissed this thought. He saw that on the open space in front of the city lord's mansion, several men were skinning and butchering a beast manually. If the lord of this place were still alive and free, he would not resort to such primitive butchering methods. It seemed that the mercenary group had seized this area a long time ago and made it its base. As for the city lord's fate, it was not hard to guess. Fang Hao hoped that the lord had managed to escape, instead of falling into the hands of these brutes. Ready the dragon breath, and let's end the battle quickly. With a roar, the bone dragon folded its wings and descended straight down from the clouds. 100 bone dragons rapidly closed in on the city below. As the dragons spread their wings again and flew over the city, they let loose beams of black energy, signaling an attack. Poorly numbered and without a hero among them, this was a battle with a foregone conclusion for the enemy. The bone dragon circled above the territory. Gigantic skeleton trolls dismounted from its back and began cleanup operations. "All right, don't kill the rest. Tie them all up," said Fang Hao. Fang Hao needed to bring a few back to City Lord Cyril to prove that he had indeed crushed the wolf mercenary group. In the ensuing cleanup, 6 members of the wolf mercenary group were left alive. One of these was the leader of the mercenary group, a level 6 warrior. He was rather high level. "Sir, did the wolf mercenary group somehow offend you? We can talk things out, it's negotiable," pleaded the leader of the wolf mercenary group while kneeling. He had felt uneasy all day, and it turned out his worries were well-founded. "Where is the original owner of this city?" Fang Hao asked. They were all in this transmigration business together. If the city lord had been held hostage, he could at least try to rescue him. The leader of the mercenary group glanced around and promptly replied, "I think you're mistaken. This is the base of our mercenary group. Who are you looking for?" Clearly, the city lord wasn't in the hands of the wolf mercenary group. Whether he had managed to escape or had been killed by them, there was no point inquiring further. All he could do was speculate. Fang Hao didn't ask anything else. Instead, he instructed the skeleton trolls, "Watch them. Kill anyone who tries to escape." The skeleton trolls closed in around the 6 men, lowering their heads to maintain a vigilant gaze on them. With this matter settled, Fang Hao entered the mansion of the seized city. The wolf mercenary group was quite affluent. A box was filled to the brim with gold coins, silk cloth, gold and silverware, and more. The hall here was much more substantial than the one from the bandit camp they had cleaned out a few days ago. "Hey, this sword looks quite a lot like the one you bought recently," exclaimed Angia, suddenly holding up a silver longsword. Without even examining its properties, its material and design alone evoked the image of the swords of absolution that Fang Hao had bought a couple of days prior. "Let me have a look," Fang Hao said, taking the longsword from Angia. Swords of Absolution, purple. Type: longsword. Damage: Tier 3. Description: a longsword that killed its own master. Legend has it that whoever obtains this sword will endure unbearable torment till death. What an unexpected find. Another of the swords of absolution was here. "Really?" Angia asked curiously. "Indeed, then we'd better search thoroughly. These guys were loaded," Angia suggested, excited to embark on her treasure hunt. She ransacked every box and overturned every rug to see if there were valuable items hidden underneath. All valuables were gathered and placed in the courtyard. In a room on the 2nd floor, they found a silver treasure chest. Perhaps due to limited manpower or some other reason, the chest was only silver tier. They opened it immediately. Acquired. Blueprint for the white steel scales plate armor. 2 hero hearts, 5 soul crystals, 21 warfire coins, white steel scales plate, blue, 3 iron blocks, 2 white steel ingots, 5 white steel sheets, 5 thick leathers. Description: a protective covering made of overlapping scales. A single piece of armor protects the entire body. This is great. The blue tier quality ensured a defense standard of at least tier 3. It was also a suitable replacement for the current plate armor worn by Feng Hao. He continued inspecting the next item. Hero Heart. Category: Hero Equipment. Description: a proof of one's achievements to be acknowledged as a hero, only with a hero heart. Can one undergo the test at the merit training ground? There was already a merit training ground in his domain. The merit training ground provided trials for advancing ranks, applicable to troops of rank 10 or higher, and heroes. As for the hero heart, it was the proof necessary to participate in these trials. Of course, it was also sold in the Trade Alliance's shop, albeit quite expensively. With all the items secured, Feng Hao then left the building. All the goods had been organized and collected outside the building. The collection included furniture, furs, and even coins, silks, golden and silver jewelry, and more. Alright, let's bring these people and head back. The Bone Dragon dropped some cumbersome furniture and furs off near a village. Carrying the remaining valuables, they returned to the clouds and began their journey back home. As dusk was falling, within Prul City's City Lord's mansion, City Lord Cyril was looking at the 6 bodies laid flat on the ground. They're all dead? One could tell that these people had surrendered from the bindings on their bodies. However, Feng Hao had brought back corpses instead of captives. If these were 6 living men, and City Lord Cyril publicly declared their crimes and hung them from the gallows, they would have been a stronger statement than 6 dead bodies. I had originally planned to bring them in alive. But as soon as we got close to the city, they started yelling, claiming that you had slandered them and that your son's injury had nothing to do with them. I was worried about damaging your reputation. So regrettably I had to bring back their bodies instead, Feng Hao explained regretfully. These 6 men had seen Feng Hao's undead army. To avoid causing trouble, Feng Hao naturally wouldn't let them fall into the hands of City Lord Cyril alive. He provided an excuse corresponding with the fabricated story he had provided earlier to the lady boss. Right, someone, prepare a horse-drawn carriage for them, and transport the white steel ingots from the army warehouse to them, ordered Cyril. Immediately, a guard acknowledged his order. Sir, miss, please follow me. Until next time, Lord Cyril, Feng Hao said with a smile as he followed the guard out. In front of the military supply warehouse, the giant lizard lay on the ground. Batch after batch of white steel ingots were loaded onto the carrying saddles under Feng Hao's watchful eye. Thankfully, the lizard was enormous. Otherwise, they would need 2 horse carts to transport all these steel ingots back to his territory. White steel ingots, 1510 units. Apparently, Cyril's 1500 estimate was not exact. The actual total was 1510 ingots loaded on the giant lizard. Mr. Feng Hao, this is your bounty. Please count it, said a soldier, approaching him. There was no need for that. The quantity was already displayed. No need, I can take these away now, right? Feng Hao asked. Of course, they're yours now, the soldier responded. Feng Hao nodded and led the giant lizard away. While passing through the city center, they had to slow their pace significantly. They gradually moved forward, blending in with the crowd. By the roadside, the members of the Fire Wolf mercenary group were hanged high on a gallows. On the platform, an official was loudly reading out their crimes and the murder that had occurred in the city the previous day. When the citizens heard that those who had died had been the result of a vendetta between mercenaries, they started a commotion, discussing it privately. Despite the commotion, the official kept on loudly proclaiming the crimes of the deceased and the nobility of the city lord. Do you think the citizens will believe it? Angia whispered. I don't know, most people probably will, just like Cyril said. The citizens are more likely to trust the city lord rather than the mercenaries, Feng Hao replied. He wasn't sure if the citizens would believe it. Certainly, many would suspect that this was City Lord Cyril's revenge against the Fire Wolves. However, this didn't matter. No one would demand justice for those who died. After all, they had committed enough evil deeds. After passing a shop and inquiring about anything unusual, the giant lizard departed from Prul City, rushing towards its territory. By the time they returned to their territory, the sun was still setting. After instructing the skeletons to unload the steel ingots into the warehouse, Feng Hao headed to Little Yu's residence with the censure longsword. "Good evening, Lord," Little Yu greeted. Today we eradicated a group of murderous thugs and found a censure longsword. This should be a good fit for you, Feng Hao said, handing over the sword. The moment Little Yu touched the sword, her body emitted a blinding light. Immediately after, Feng Hao received a system prompt. The unit under your command, Wandering Spirit, has successfully been promoted to a hero unit. Incomplete matter mission, no requirement for hero evaluation. Disaster Song Hilda, green level 2 hero. Faction, Undead. Template, green. Race features, Undead, ethereal, vulnerable to light attacks. Skills, Soul Possession, Dark Void, Incomplete Matter, Shadow Stealth. Innate abilities, Intermediate Combat Mastery, Intermediate All-Weapon Mastery. Shadow Stealth, becomes one with the shadows, including, but not limited to object shadows, living creatures' shadows. Note: they are confined here, neither eating nor sleeping, continuously experiencing the pain close to death. Seeing Little Yu's stats, Feng Hao frowned. Little Yu even had a name now, exactly the one named after her in the story, a female countess. After becoming a hero, she reached green level 2 hero. The skill Shadow Stealth was unlocked, and her innate ability was All Weapons Mastery. Shadow Stealth seemed like an ability of an assassin from the games he used to play. Striking a critical blow while invisible. Little Yu's skill was similar. It could hide in the shadows, gather information, and assassinate, making it very useful. Imagine a figure suddenly emerging from a shadow and stabbing a sword into your back. That would be a completely unpredictable attack. Who could guard against their own shadow? All Weapon Mastery was a rarity. It was intermediate level, meaning she had some knowledge in all the weapons, but none in which she was particularly strong. The only drawback was the title, Disaster Song. The prefix didn't sound very auspicious and was not as pleasant as Dujin. "Lord, I have become a hero." Little Yu spoke calmly. It seemed as if becoming a hero was just an ordinary matter, with no emotional changes. Feng Hao looked at her and noticed changes as well. Little Yu's body was now nearly solid, no longer a transparent phantom floating in the sky. She now resembled a person more closely. The illusory clothes she used to wear had also disappeared, leaving her standing naked in front of Feng Hao. "Little Yu, do you want to put on something?" "Even though this is your right," said Feng Hao. Following Feng Hao's gaze, Little Yu finally noticed the subtle changes to her body after becoming a hero. She quickly retreated back to her room, donned a linen gown, and walked back out. Being able to wear clothes suggested that Little Yu could also wear equipment now, right? "Lord, I apologize for my earlier appearance," Little Yu apologized. "Yeah, it seems you've chosen a name for yourself. Do you want us to call you Little Yu, or Hilda? We'll respect your choice." Little Yu. "Okay, Little Yu, since you can now wear equipment, will there be any problems when you use Shadow Stealth?" Feng Hao suddenly thought of this issue. When you use Shadow Stealth and merge into the shadows, wouldn't it be a problem if your equipment suddenly fell to the ground? The enemy would notice, wouldn't they? Or would she have to come out naked to assassinate, which wouldn't be very serious? If the deceased remained excitedly engorged at the time of death, it would also affect their reputation. "Let me try," Little Yu replied, disappearing into the darkness, her body seeming to melt like ink. In the next moment, Little Yu appeared behind Feng Hao, gently tapping him on the shoulder. "Lord?" Feng Hao turned around to find Little Yu still clothed in her long linen gown. It proved that Little Yu's equipment would also be affected by her ability, eliminating the possibility that she would vanish, leaving her equipment behind. Tomorrow we'll have Soy prepare a few sets of everyday clothing for you." "Thank you, sir. I like the black and white dress that Aira and the others wear. Could you get me one?" "Sure, you can ask Soy for it yourself." Feng Hao was curious. It seemed that the girls in his territory liked maid outfits a lot. He decided to ask her what else she needed so he could prepare it in advance. Previously, Little Yu was a pure spirit, so many of the furniture, carpets, etc., were of no use to her. She didn't even need to open doors, as she could simply float through them. Now, however, she was almost corporeal. After chatting with Little Yu for a while, Era's dinner was ready. After dinner, Feng Hao went directly to the Trade Alliance building. Dujin was still busy arranging work, and Skeleton's merchants were moving around the shop. "Sir," the group of skeleton merchants bowed respectfully. "You guys continue with your work, don't mind me." Feng Hao sat down at the counter and asked Dujin, "Is the order for the steel firearm still available?" "Yes, sir, bring it out and let's sign it. The materials are ready. Also, check if there are any blueprints for firearm bullets," said Feng Hao. "Wait a moment, sir. Let me check." Dujin took out the order, then opened the counter behind him to check for the blueprints. Feng Hao took the order and double-checked it. Order, requirement, 2,000 steel firearms, Trade Alliance earnings, 200,000 Warfire coins, plus 1 dwarf influence. After confirming the order information, Feng Hao signed his name, making the order official. "Sir, there are blueprints for firearm bullets. Firearm bullet, 50, green grade, cast iron block XL." The blueprint this time was for 50 firearm bullets, consuming 1 block of cast iron. It was quite reasonable, not consuming the materials on a 1-to-1 ratio. After purchasing and collecting the blueprint, Feng Hao took the order to the warehouse. Steel firearm, white steel plate XL, white steel ingot X2, metal components X3. Description: a commonly used weapon for firearm squads. It has a simple manufacturing process and can be mass-produced for equipping. 40 in production. 100 times amplifier triggered, obtained 4,040 white steel fire guns. 4,000 white steel fire guns appeared next to Feng Hao, piled up messily at one side. "Take 2,000 and send them to the dwarfs." "Yes, my lord." The skeleton merchant disappeared with 2,000 white steel fire guns and the order for delivery. The remaining 2040 would be used to arm the skeleton archers. He continued producing 20,000 units of bullets and 5,000 units of gunpowder, and began equipping the existing skeleton archers. In the shooting range, Feng Hao selected 20 skeleton archers, each holding a white steel fire gun, already in a steady aiming mode. Each of them stood at their positions, aiming their guns at the strawman target. Fire! Bang bang bang! With the concentrated booming sound, the strawman at a distance was blown open, scattering straw fragments everywhere. The bullet punched through the strawman, making hollow holes on the stone wall behind. The power was indeed impressive. Even Feng Hao's best bows and arrows couldn't achieve the power to shatter the strawman target and penetrate the stone wall. This could be considered the most powerful weapon in Feng Hao's arsenal. Clatter, clatter, the skeleton archers began reloading, loading the gunpowder first, then the bullets. For the somewhat rigid skeleton archers, this series of work was rather slow. 5 minutes to load, instantaneous to fire. "What's that sound?" Not far away, Angia came closer, testing the fire guns. "What are they fumbling with?" Angia curiously watched the skeleton archers. "They are loading the ammo. Only after loading can they continue firing." "That slow? How many times can they fire before a battle is over?" "Probably 2 or 3 times. As the two chatted, the skeleton archers had completed reloading, automatically taking up the steady aiming stance again. Fire! Bang bang bang! Another round of gunfire shattered the stone wall, debris flying everywhere. "The power is not bad." Angia nodded. "The reloading speed is indeed a problem. Battles don't have the time to wait for reloading." Feng Hao stroked his chin. "Isn't that easy to solve?" "How to solve it?" "Make 100 guns for each person. Shoot one, switch one. Shoot one, switch one." "Angia, you're truly a top-notch genius." Feng Hao gave a thumbs up, right? After testing the power of the fire guns, Feng Hao had the skeleton archers return to their posts. They would continue to use the blue, 3-tier damage, high-speed hardwood shortbows as their standard equipment. The fire guns would be held off until he found a solution to the reloading problem. As Angia went to find the bloodhunters, Feng Hao continued to open the Book of Lords. Flipping to the production page. White steel scale armor, blue, 3 iron cast blocks, 2 white steel ingots, 5 white steel slabs, 5 pieces of thick leather. Description: slabs of armor are connected, covering the body like scales. He used the remaining white steel ingots to produce white steel scale armor to increase the combat power of his soldiers. Under the influence of the 2x amplifier, a large number of white steel scale armor appeared, filling the surroundings. On the other side, the Coldwind Mountain Range, Skullcrusher tribe. The night was deep, but Skullcrusher Shaw was still listening to the reports of his subordinates. The scouts he had sent out had begun to relay quite a bit of news back. How many bone dragons do they have? Is it really a human who's leading the undead? Shaw asked seriously. Great Chief, based on our observations over the past few days, they have close to 100 bone dragons. The one leading the undead is indeed a male human, the scout responded. More than 100, Shaw murmured, his expression growing even darker. With the number of bone dragons reaching this figure, even if another battle were to break out in the Frostwind Mountains, victory would be impossible. When the time comes to attack with the Bloodthroat tribe together, he would need to find a way for the trolls to deal with these bone dragons. Any news on the total number of troops? And also, has Bronze Bull truly sided with the undead? Shaw inquired somberly. Great Chief, the information we've gathered suggests several hundreds of thousands. But the exact number cannot be confirmed. It is confirmed that Bronze Bull Telek has succumbed to the undead, replied the scout. Bronze Bull, the traitor of the Beast Clan, Shaw cursed through gritted teeth. Great Chief, there's more recent news. Speak. The undead have been mobilizing a lot recently, and Bronze Bull has frequently visited the undead city. We suspect that the undead may be planning an attack, the scout said in a low voice, head bowed. Boom! Shaw hammered his fist heavily on the armrest, his face turned even more unsightly. Pushing us too far. Great Chief, do we need to arrange more scouts? No, the intelligence we have is sufficient. Relay the message directly to the Bloodthroat tribe and tell them to set off early tomorrow morning. We will launch an attack on the undead territory, Shaw declared stoically. The undead are gathering their forces, potentially preparing to assault the Frostwind Mountains. In that case, he would end up being the one holding off the undead's main force. Whereas the trolls would get off lightly. Therefore, the plan must be brought forward. In any case, he had to get those trolls to attract the attention of the undead's army. Yes, Great Chief, I will go immediately, replied the scout, exiting the room. Shaw sat in his seat brooding for a lengthy duration. He stood up and said, bring her in. Great Chief. Bring in the woman sent by the tribe. Yes, sir. Shortly after, a strong-boned female orc with a large mouth and large tusks walked in. Her shy gaze fixed on Shaw. Furious, Shaw grabbed hold of the female Beast Clan member, gently stroking the thick fur on her legs. In the female Beast Clan member's surprise, she was pushed down in an act to relieve his pent-up frustrations. The next day, Fang Hao woke up early. He dressed and went downstairs, where Era had already started preparing breakfast. After running a circuit around his territory, he visited the tailor's shop, the blacksmith's, the silk farming house, and the Faceless One's hut. Satisfied that nothing had happened and that no intelligence had been relayed from the Faceless One's hut, Fang Hao even questioned whether the other party had forgotten his task. Or perhaps he had been duped into financing a service that would never be rendered. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of the Trade Alliance shop and walked in. Fang Hao's Trade Alliance shop was open 24/7. The skeleton merchant did not need rest, and Dujin kept a round-the-clock vigil. During his free time, he would go and chat with others. Play some mahjong but without the need to sleep and restore energy. Despite having observed the game twice, Fang Hao found it uninteresting and thus paid little attention to it. Lord, Dujin greeted fervently. Dujin, are there any new orders? Fang Hao was still rather keen on earning money. He was waiting to amass 1,000,000 Warfire coins to go to the Trade Alliance's shop and buy an orange-colored piece of equipment. Sir, there are no new orders, Dujin responded. Take a look if the shop has any slave scrolls, hero scrolls? Fang Hao requested. All right, Dujin pressed the counter button. All the shelves behind him opened, revealing the goods inside. Indeed, there were slave scrolls available, and not just from one vendor, but several. Buy all these slave scrolls. Very well, sir, Dujin said without any unnecessary chatter. Securing several slave scrolls from the shelves. Feng Hao counted them, a total of 21. That's a sound transmitting shell, isn't it? Purchase that too, I'll take it with me when I go. Feng Hao pointed at the sound transmitting shell on the counter. This device was essentially a pager of this era. It allowed the two parties to keep in contact with each other. Dujin handed it over to Feng Hao, having verified that there were no other necessities. He promptly left the trade alliance and returned to his mansion for a meal. After breakfast, Feng Hao, accompanied by Blackthorn and 20 bone dragons carrying skeleton trolls, headed towards the edge of the Bloody Mountain range. After about an hour's journey, they finally reached their destination. First, they rode the bone dragons to fly over the mountain range, carefully observing the area. My lord, if you wish to attack the Bloodthroat tribe you mentioned, this is their only way. Blackthorn said, pointing to the map as the bone dragons landed. The map showed the nearby mountain ranges. The area was surrounded by towering mountains. The only path lay under their feet, which was also the path they took to get to the tomb of the dragon last time. There was another way, which was the secret tunnel inside the mountain they used when exiting the tomb of the dragon. Feng Hao had already sent people to acquire black gunpowder to block that passage. Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords, flipping to the construction page. He found the blueprint for the fortress. Level 1 fortress. Wood 3000, stone 2000, brick 1500, iron 500, metal parts 120. He chose to build it between the two mountains. With a flash of light, a fortress was built. He quickly upgraded the fortress to level 6. Level 6 fortress. Category: defensive structure, ability, stronghold. The building defense durability increases by 1%. Upgrade required materials: tough wood 3000, brick 5000, iron 3200, metal parts 500. Upon reaching level 6, the fortress gained the stronghold ability, increasing its durability by 1%. It wasn't much, but hopefully, it would be enough to withstand the trolls' attack on the battlefield. To Feng Hao, the fortress resembled a medieval castle, with thick walls connecting the two mountains to form a defensive barrier. In the center of the city wall was a massive, heavy gate to ensure regular passage. The top of the wall was more than 5 meters wide, suitable for positioning archers, mages, or various defensive weapons. The interior could house barracks, civilian houses, weapon shops, and there were no restrictions on what could be built. It was not much different from a small city. Wait a minute, Feng Hao slapped his forehead. Since all these can be built, then arrow towers and defensive magic towers should also be buildable. Once again, he opened the Book of Lords and built arrow towers and defensive magic towers. With a flash of light, the two types of defense towers appeared. Having upgraded the arrow towers and magic towers on the city wall to level 6, all that was left was to arrange the corresponding soldiers. Blackthorn. My lord, Blackthorn came over. They both stood on the city wall, looking into the depths of the northern mountains. What else do you think we need to prepare if we are to hold off the trolls here? Asked Feng Hao. Blackthorn had city defense skills and had spent years leading an orc army before his death, so he should have plenty of experience. Feng Hao hoped that Nelson had not wiped out this aspect of his knowledge. Blackthorn stood beside him, thought quickly and said, My lord, trolls have strengths in size and power. The height of this wall is enough for defense. But we also need to delay the speed of trolls getting close to the wall to increase the time for attack. Should we build some obstacles? But they can easily be destroyed. I fear they won't hold out for long. Pondered Feng Hao, shaking his head self-denyingly after bringing up the possibility of obstacle construction. He had experience with ogres and was aware of some of their combat techniques and physical strengths. They were strong and tough. Unless their vital spots were attacked, even being pierced would not have a big effect on them. These mass-produced obstacles worked well against human-sized units. They could also impede trolls, but the effect would be much smaller. No, my lord, I was thinking of a trench that would be difficult for trolls to cross to slow their advance. Explained Blackthorn, looking down below, but I'm afraid the project may be quite large. This is the Cold Wind Mountain Range. Even the ground beneath one's feet is hard rock. If the fortress wasn't constructed using blueprints, it would be quite difficult to even excavate the foundation with human labor. Digging dirt and chiseling rock are two different degrees of labor. And besides, the enemy's attack is imminent. Digging a large pit to obstruct the trolls, Blackthorn fears there isn't enough time. But Feng Hao feels that this proposal is pretty good. Who says the project is too large? He doesn't feel that it is. This proposal is good. You study the location and length of the traps, I'll go call people, Feng Hao said. Oh, okay. Blackthorn agreed and walked down the city wall to plan the position of the traps and their depth and width needed to obstruct the trolls. Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords and contacted Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, are you there? Boss, you're up so early. I'll send someone to pick you up soon. Bring all the Iron Claw rats over. Oh, okay. After that, Feng Hao ended their chat. Not long after, the Bloodhunter flew over on the Bone Dragon. As soon as they landed, huge skeleton trolls jumped off the back of the Bone Dragon. They were clutching barrels of explosives. Master, where should these explosive barrels be placed? The Bloodhunter asked. Here, I'll take you there. Feng Hao led the Bloodhunter to a mountain tunnel that led to the outside world. The explosive barrels were thrown inside. After a loud boom, the tunnel collapsed, entirely sealed off. Bloodhunter, go to Zhang Bin's territory and bring him and the Iron Claw rats here, Feng Hao continued. Yes, master. The Bloodhunter left again on the Bone Dragon, heading for Zhang Bin's territory. About 2 hours later, when the Bone Dragon returned again, Zhang Bin had brought a group of Iron Claw rats with him. As soon as the wooden barrel was put down, the Iron Claw rats instantly scattered, craning their necks to get a good look at Feng Hao, whom they hadn't seen for several days. Feng Hao also curiously inspected the Iron Claw rats. These little guys had changed a lot since he first saw them. Some had rings around their necks, some wore leather safety helmets, and some even had fitting clothes. In any case, each one was different, but were all adorable in their own way. Boss, Zhang Bin walked over. By now, he was used to riding the Bone Dragon and nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Is this an animal beauty contest? Feng Hao looked towards the Iron Claw rats, their necks stretched out, full of curiosity. Oh, they were distributed to the residents house by house, right? Everyone added some markings to their Iron Claw rats to make them distinguishable, Zhang Bin explained. All the Iron Claw rats look similar, so the residents were afraid they wouldn't recognize their fattened rats. So they each added distinguishing marks. Hats, collars, and some even shaved their fur off their hindquarters. All right, you command them. Dig the traps according to Blackthorn's plan. The sooner it's done, the sooner we can finish work, Feng Hao pointed at Blackthorn. Oh, okay. Zhang Bin directed the Iron Claw rats out and started digging traps in the ground according to the plan. Soil and rocks flew up. The sight of over 500 Iron Claw rats digging was indeed spectacular. At this moment, 2 more Bone Dragons descended from the sky. Angia leapt down from one dragon, with Petty following behind her. The second dragon carried 9 orcs, who were thrown down from its back. Upon landing, they immediately fell to their knees, weakened. Here, these are the slave contracts. There were a total of 9 tribes, we've just defeated 4 of them. Angia handed over a stack of slave contracts. Under Feng Hao's guidance, Petty used the excuse of discovering a large iron mine. He called over all the clan leaders of the orc villages to the north. By early this morning, they had all gathered in Pigmen village. Of course, due to the temperament of the orcs, they wouldn't discuss the mining rights peacefully. As soon as they arrived, they were already shouting and fighting. Some even brought their troops, intending to occupy Pigmen village and use the inhabitants as slave laborers. At the height of the chaotic scene, when Petty was sweating profusely, Angia was yawning, leading the undead army to surround all the orcs. At this point, the orcs who had been shouting about killing everyone realized they had been deceived by the pigmen. There was no mine, it was all a ruse to lure them here. After Angia killed a few disobedient clan leaders, the whole field fell into silence. They all silently signed their slave contracts. Their detachments were then dismissed, and the clan leaders were taken to Fang Hao. Fang Hao took the slave contracts and immediately stored them in the Book of Lords. He was brought 9, but he heard that 4 were killed. He was somewhat surprised. That many were killed. There was no choice. They wouldn't behave if I didn't kill a few, Angia said helplessly. Fang Hao muttered in response, turning his attention back to the orc clan leaders kneeling beside him. They were indeed very obedient. It was most effective for Angia to administer them. According to orcish tradition, you are now my slaves. I can decide your lives or deaths, but I can also protect you from harm by other races. The 9 orcs remained silent, just kneeling with their heads bowed. A massive troll army will attack from the north soon. I need all of you to stop fighting amongst yourselves and unite to fight against the troll army. After we succeed, you will continue to live in your respective villages. And I will protect your safety as your lord, pronounced Fang Hao loudly. You could say the orcs are greedy, or that most of them are simple-minded. If Fang Hao didn't deal with this situation first, these orc tribes that he didn't even feel like interacting with would, like silly roebucks, come trotting up to harass you. Oriented to see what you're doing here, whether they could mess with you a bit, steal something good. They wouldn't have the foresight to consider that if they couldn't resist the trolls, their own villages would also be plagued. Are you all mute? Speak up. Fang Hao was getting a little angry. No, we will follow Master's commands, a furry orc said. Just call me Lord. Okay, Lord Blackthorn, Fang Hao called lightly. Blackthorn approached. Yes, my lord. These people are your responsibility now. Assign them tasks, don't let them idle, instructed Fang Hao. Yes, my lord. After the bloody fortress was established, Fang Hao chose to leave Blackthorn as the city's defending hero. Apart from the orc soldiers who were being mobilized to head to the fort, many more undead were also on their way here. They would be here in time to withstand the trolls' attack. The problem wasn't too big. Fang Hao still had the bone dragon. Undead, flight, dragon breath, he had all the advantages. He shouldn't be overrun by the trolls. As for that orange troll hero, as long as he depleted the enemy's troops, it wouldn't be difficult to surround and kill him. Leaving everything in Blackthorn's hands, Fang Hao and Angia returned to their territory. The bone dragon just landed, when a rabbit maid ran up anxiously. She said, Master, there's a message from the Faceless House. Fang Hao paused, then quickly headed towards Faceless House. Indeed, there were 2 letters on the counter. He opened one. It was information from the Skullcrusher tribe. 320,000 orc troops, 3 orc heroes. Set off early this morning, the route map is uncertain, map. Looking at the number of 320,000 orcs, Fang Hao's brows furrowed again. Was the reproduction rate of orcs this strong? They had wiped out an army of 300,000 last time. And this time they had gathered 320,000 again. Where did they get so many soldiers from? Following the normal marching speed, they would reach the vicinity of the territory in about 3 days. And if there was a boost in the marching attribute in the orc army, it would be faster. Having finished the first one, Fang Hao continued to open the second one. 480,000 troll troops, 2 troll heroes, set off, Blood Ridge route. Fang Hao's heart tightened involuntarily. The troll race was naturally not of low rank, and their number turned out to be 480,000. Would they be going all out to exterminate him? Did all men, women, and children from their homes join? Go and call Scholar Nelson, Fang Hao said. Soon, Nelson walked over. Lord, what are your orders? Fang Hao handed him the intelligence in his hand, saying, the orcs and trolls have set out, and battles are expected to take place the day after tomorrow. Nelson took over the intelligence and started to look at it seriously. The development speed of Fang Hao's territory had always been fast. As long as they continued to develop steadily, becoming the top power in this area was only a matter of time. Therefore, both Feng Hao and Nelson have been improving their territories in a peaceful way, rather than at the cost of looting like the orcs. Now these two savage tribes have launched an attack regardless of everything. And if they cannot resist, the advantage they once held will shatter instantly. How does the Lord want to arrange it? Feng Hao thought for a moment and said, obviously, the focus should be on the Blood Ridge where the trolls are. In the east where the Skullcrusher attacks will be relatively easier. Fireblade and Bronze Bull will defend the east side, while the rest will focus on dealing with the troll tribe. Nelson slightly nodded and said, Lord, you need not worry too much. With the current troop strength and reserve resources of the territory, there isn't a major problem. The total strength of the territory's army was around 700,000. And the stock of wriggling spine in the warehouse was more than 110,000. As long as this battle was fought normally, there would be no problems. At most, it would be a problem of how many troops were lost. The most crucial point was that Feng Hao must not die unless the enemy carried out a decapitation action and succeeded. Otherwise, this battle would not be lost. Even if Feng Hao died, they had to ensure that his body was preserved for Nelson to directly perform the conversion ceremony. Yes, let's hope so. Feng Hao thought for a moment. Scholar, I will recruit some troops later. And you immediately take your troops to Bloody Fortress to enhance the defense of the fortress. I obey the Lord's command. Nelson saluted again. After a brief chat, Feng Hao felt more settled in his heart. Nelson was right, even if the enemy was an orange combat leader. The stock of wriggling spine in his own warehouse was very sufficient. Now, the battle might not necessarily be a bad thing. It was better to root out all hidden dangers as soon as possible. Nelson went back to the Viscera Museum to prepare to go to Bloody Fortress. Feng Hao directly went to the barracks to recruit troops. Today he had to gather all his forces to defend. The first stop was the Skeleton Conversion Field. The unlocked troop types were Skeleton Beast, Tier L, Skeleton Soldier, Tier L, Skeleton Wolf, Tier 2, Skeleton Giant Bat, Tier 3, Skeleton Warrior, Tier 4, Skeleton Minotaur, Tier 4, Skeleton Troll, Tier 5, Bone Dragon, Tier 10. The Tier 4 Skeleton Warrior was converted from a Tier 6 Human Bandit, Skeleton Warrior, Wriggling Spine 4, Death Trace 1, Soul Crystal 1. It required the consumption of Death Trace and Soul Crystal. And the Skeleton Warrior itself did not have special skills. It was not a big factor in an army of hundreds of thousands. Feng Hao was not planning on recruiting. This time, he still wanted to recruit the Tier 3 Skeleton Giant Bat and Tier 4 Skeleton Minotaur.